Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this afternoon's meeting of the Planning Committee. Could you take your seats, please? For the benefit of members of the public, please be aware that while the meeting is being held in public, only registered speakers are able to speak at the meeting. Before we commence, the clerk is going to outline how the meeting will run. So without further ado, I'll hand over to her. You can't hear me? Thank you. Thank you. There's interference. Shall we just have a test? Can you hear me in the back rows? You can. Is the interference still going?
They're just going to try and filter it out. We did test this, but...
I'll just hold on for a little bit, okay? That's a good idea. So obviously we're not accustomed to holding the meeting here in Brixham. We're very happy to be here today. There's an item on the agenda which is very much for Brixham, and please apologies for our technological problems. Come back to you in a minute. How are we doing?
I think no, it's still going. There's not anything we can do about it, apparently, because it's to do with their system.
So we're going to make a start, because it does seem that there's not much that we can do with that particular noise. If it's too bothersome, you might think about moving across the room. So many thanks. We are going to ask the clerk to go ahead and explain how the meeting's going to run.
Thank you, Chair. Please note that we are using hybrid arrangements with registered speakers and councillors who are not members of the Planning Committee having the option to join the meeting via Zoom, and are also live streaming this meeting via the Council's YouTube channel to encourage more people to engage in our public meetings. The proceedings of the meeting will also be recorded. Please can I remind everyone to use their microphones when speaking and turn them off when finished. Please can attendees in person refrain from watching the live stream or joining the Zoom link, as this will cause interference for our viewers. Please also ensure that your mobile phone and iPads are turned to silent. We are not expecting any fire alarm testing today. In the event of an evacuation, please leave by the nearest exit. There are two gathering points. One is by the Conservative Club and the other is by the RSPCA Little Valley Animal Shelter Shop. In accordance with the Constitution, members of the public who have registered to speak will be permitted to do so when invited by the Chair. I have confirmed those entitled to speak. Please note that registered speakers are not permitted to approach committee members or distribute documentation to the committee during the course of this meeting. Each application will be dealt with in the following order. The Planning Officer will present the submitted application and will outline the proposed recommendation in full. Any speakers registered to speak on the application will be invited to address the committee, and this will be taken in the following order. Speakers against, neighbourhood forum representatives, any councillors who are not members of the committee, followed by speakers in support of the application. All speakers will have a maximum of 5 minutes each to address the meeting. This will be followed by questions from members and responses from the Planning Officer. Once questions from the committee have been concluded, the Chair will open up the application for debate. At the conclusion of the debate, the Chair will seek a proposer and seconder for the application. The proposal must be in full and include all information, such as conditions or reasons. The Chair will then confirm with the Planning Officer if they wish to enter into a period of summing up. Members, if at any point you leave the meeting for any reason during the consideration of an application, you will be unable to vote on that application. I will now hand the chairing of the meeting to the Chair, Councillor Maddison.
Many thanks, Clerk. And the first item on the agenda is apologies. Do we have any apologies, please, or updates to the membership of today's committee?
Thank you, Chair. There are no apologies received and no updates.
Thank you very much. Turning to minutes next. Members, are you happy to confirm as a correct record the minutes of the meeting of the Planning Committee held on the 2nd of April 2024? Is there a proposer, please? Thank you. Councillor Brooke. And a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Strang. Shall we put up your hands if you are in favour? Thank you very much. Unanimous. Thank you, councillors. The minutes have been approved, and before we proceed, I'd like to advise members of the committee and the public that agenda item 7, which was relating to the application for land off St Mary's Road, Brixham, application number P/2023/0553, has been withdrawn from today's agenda. And likewise, agenda item 8, relating to an application for Seabury Hotel, 11 Manor Road, Torquay, application number P/2023/0721, has been withdrawn from today's agenda. The application has been deferred and will be heard by the Planning Committee at a later date. This will enable officers to continue to engage positively with the agent and applicant and to obtain further information and seek further consultation responses. Declarations of interest. Do any members of the Planning Committee have any pecuniary or non-pecuniary interest regarding any of the items on today's agenda? Thank you. And do any officers have any pecuniary or non-pecuniary interests regarding any of the items on today's agenda? Thank you very much. Sorry, and we have a...
Chair, I will just for absolute clarity note that I was the Vice Chair of a neighbourhood plan that included the area covered by one of the applications on tonight's agenda. I don't believe it's a relevant disclosure, but just for absolute clarity, put it down there. If Mr. Cattrall wishes to raise any point, then let me know, but I don't think it is. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Billings. And are there any urgent items, Clerk, please?
No, there aren't, Chair.
Thank you. So the first item on the agenda is item number 5. This application is to consider land to the south of Copythorne Road, Brixham. Application number P/2023/0480. The clerk has confirmed those who have registered to speak, but before they do so, I will ask Scott Jones to introduce this application, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Before I start the presentation, I'll just provide a brief update on matters that have changed since the publication of the report. And firstly, there's been one letter of support received based on the provision of additional much-needed housing. And also there's been some further comments from Strategic Planning Team, which has presented a slight amendment to the recommendation on the application, which will be summarised on the final slide. Thank you. So moving on, the application site measures approximately 6.35 hectares of agricultural land, which is located to the south of Copythorne Road at the northwestern edge of the built-up area of Brixham. The site comprises of 2 fields and a small part of a 3rd field, as outlined in red, and wider ownership of the applicant is also shown on the blue lines within the slide. The site sits adjacent to residential development to the east, in terms of Wayside and Wayside Close, and to the north across Copythorne Road. So this is an existing layout of the site, which shows the fields and the boundary features within the site. There are tree-lined hedges around the 2 main fields and an intervening hedge here between fields 1 and 2 of the application site. The slide also shows the topography of the site with the faint contour lines showing a high point in the southeastern corner of the site here, where the land levels drop to the opposite corner of the site here, where there's approximately an 11-metre drop from corner to corner. This slide is taken from the submitted design and access statement, which shows some of the wider context of the site. The blue marks are bus stops within the area, with the nearest one being directly opposite the site on Lakes Road, just about here. The pink marks identify local shops or employment areas close by, and just in case you can't see, the outer ring there marks an approximate 10-minute walking distance from the site. Further afield, there are educational establishments here. And it also confirms, as detailed within the report, that the town centre is approximately 1,500 metres to the northeast here. So this is just an aerial view of the site to provide some further context. And it illustrates the context more widely, showing how it relates to the wider Brixham settlement boundary and also the surrounding agricultural land that envelops the town. So again, this is an aerial view, but this time focusing in on the site and its immediate surroundings. The road to the south of the site here is the main road into and out of Brixham, which is on much lower land than the site. And we touched on the high point of the site here in an earlier slide. Beyond this high point, the land starts to drop away quite dramatically towards the main road before rising again on the opposite side of the valley. In terms of general character, you will note this sort of immediate change from the built-up area outwards towards the strong agricultural character of the field surrounding this part of Brixham. So this is a street view from Copythorne Road at the eastern edge of the site, looking west. This view is close to Lakes Road Junction and near to where the proposed access will be provided. Just in sight on the left here is the residential properties off Wayside Close and Wayside, which rise gently as you go southwards away from Copythorne Road. Again, the high point of the site is visible here, and then the trees and fields beyond that are the opposite side of the valley. This is a street view from the opposite end of the site, from Copythorne Road at the western edge of the second field and looking southwards into the site. To the right-hand side here, we have the hedge boundary of the second field, which joins with the third field. And this hedge is the boundary with fields 1 and 2, so you've got a further field of the application site beyond that. And this is a view from the Lakes Road junction across to Copythorne Road and the site. Again, you'll see the context of the site here, and then the land on the opposite side of the valley in the distance. And again, this is a view from the other junction opposite the site, that of North Boundary Road. And we just have some winter and summer views here, just showing you some slight difference in the hedgerow Devon Bank growth there. So moving on, we have a local plan designations map here. So the green base colour identifies that the site, which is here, is in the designated open countryside. The dotted green line, diagonal lines here, designate the undeveloped coast. So part of Field 3, this section here, is within the undeveloped coast. The pink line identifies the mineral safeguarding area, and the blue dogtooth here identifies the boundary of the South Devon National Landscape. In terms of the Brixham Peninsula Neighbourhood Plan, there are no designations over the land, but it is identified as a rejected housing site, this hashed area here. So moving on to the proposal, this is, as mentioned in the report, an outline application with all matters reserved except for access for up to 77 dwellings, 35% of which would be affordable. This is an indicative plan showing the potential layout to deliver the amount of development proposed off the detailed access, which is here, opposite the Lakes Road junction. The plan shows 77 houses ranging from 3 to 5 bedrooms in a scale of 1 to 2 stories, arranged in a mix of detached, semi-detached and short terrace properties. To the south of the site here, we have open space that is shown as indicatively to provide informal public open space, a designated equipped play area, and a community orchard. In terms of the green infrastructure, the highway hedge along Copythorne Road is to be removed. Other boundary hedges are largely retained and strengthened, although there are elements that are indicatively shown as being removed to provide access to the open space and the road network within the site. Development within the third field here is limited to proposed surface water management, where an infiltration basin is proposed. So in terms of the detailed access and associated highway works, these are as shown on the slide. We have a new junction here, directly opposite that of Lex Road, with a 5.5 metre wide carriageway and 2 metre wide footways to either side. There's also a new footway proposed along the length of Copythorne Road, along the frontage, connecting with the existing footway network here, and also providing access into the site at the far end. It's also proposed to have crossing points here and here along Copythorne Road, and there's also crossing points proposed within the site. It's just a closer up view of the proposed detailed access, also including some information on the visibility displays proposed. So moving away from the detailed element and back into the indicative parameters of the development, this slide confirms the expectations to deliver a mix of 1 and 2 stories, with the lower field delivering 2 stories and the higher field here delivering a mix of 1 and 2 stories. The plan also picks up the location of the public open space to the south of the site, delivering ecology mitigation here. And it also confirms that the expectation for frontage development addressing Copythorne Road, shown here by the black dotted lines. So indicative design concepts submitted present the desire to reflect the variety of the townscape in the area. The detail suggests a proposed agricultural language that could be simple but contemporary, and pick up the desirable elements of the local vernacular, as well as responding to the landscape visual setting. Suggests that new dwellings would be a mix of brick and render and with tiled roofs, and the proposal should ideally reflect the local character, be designed to achieve modern sustainability objectives and secure a high quality living environment. So within the submitted statement, we have some potential materials palette, which include rough cast render, smooth render, dark tiled roofings, stone and earth coloured bricks. So as detailed within the report, there are some ecological sensitivities, and this slide summarises some of the key outcomes. So mostly delivered on-site within the southern area of the site in the open space and within the corridor along the southern boundary. There are also some expectations to deliver off-site mitigation where land is in control of the applicant here, in terms of improved field margin management for cell buntings. So before summarising some of the key issues, I'll just finish on a final indicative slide that's been submitted within the application. See, here we have the existing sort of suburban estates, and this is obviously the new element, and potentially how a form of development could look. So moving on to the key issues, in terms of the principle of development, the proposal is considered contrary to the development plan, as the site lies within the open countryside and in the South Devon National Landscape, and the site is not allocated for housing in this context. The development plan principally seeks to deliver strategic housing growth within identified future growth areas and within existing settlement boundaries, and also seeks to protect the open countryside and the AONB from non-suitable forms of development. General housing provision is not one of the identified development types that may be considered appropriate for such areas. The development is also considered contrary to the MPPF, where the guidance is to steer major development away from the AONBs and seek development that protects and enhances the scenic beauty of AONBs. In terms of conclusions on the principle, the development is considered contrary to the development plan and contrary to national guidance contained within the MPPF, and as major development within the OMB, without exceptional circumstances, and where there is not a broader public interest, the development is considered unacceptable in principle. In terms of design and visual impact, the application is made in outline, and hence the submitted details beyond the access arrangements and the highway works are indicative. Although the information does suggest that the amount of development could be achieved within the site and present an adequate and good standard of residential accommodation, it is considered that it would be apparent and stark and detrimental impact in terms of the landscape and the AONB, where the amount and likely form of development will impose itself on the agricultural landscape to the detriment of the landscape character of the AONB. The officer opinion is that the proposed development is likely to have some clear adverse impacts on the AONB and will present harm and have some impact on the special qualities. In terms of highway movement and parking, the proposal is not considered to present any unacceptable impact upon the broader strategic capacity of the road network, whereas no identified concerns from the Highway Authority. In terms of localised matters, the proposed access is deemed safe and satisfactory as an access for up to 77 dwellings. In terms of access and sustainability, as an edge of settlement site, the location would present a reasonable access to facilities and transport options, including walking and cycling and bus access. Detailed matters of the internal road layout, parking arrangements and cycle storage are reserved for future consideration, as this is an outline application and would be scrutinised at reserved matter stage if consented. The proposal is considered acceptable on highway and movement grounds and in accordance with the development plan and national guidance. In terms of flood risk and drainage, the application is supported by an outline drainage strategy that, following the submission of further detail, is deemed to have demonstrated that the amount of development could be achieved without increasing the risk of flooding to the site or that of land or buildings adjacent. A detailed scheme that responds to any fixed layout...
Sorry, Scott, just 1 minute. Could members of the public please refrain from too much laughter and show some respect to the officer who is trying to get through his report? Many thanks, because may I remind you, this is not a public meeting. Thank you. Please go ahead, Scott.
Thank you. A detailed scheme that responds to any fixed final layout would need to accompany any future reserved matters if consented. As matters stand, there's no objection to outline planning permission being granted for the development on drainage and flood risk grounds. In terms of ecology, the application is supported by ecological information that responds to the constraints and proposes management and mitigation to make the development acceptable on ecology grounds. Chief constraints identified within the submission package are that of the impact upon the greater horseshoe bats associated with the South Devon SAC and the associated recreational pressures at Berry Head. There are also potential impacts upon cell buntings, breeding territories, and broader foraging and commuting bat species. In line with advice from Natural England and the Council's ecology advisors, the proposal is considered acceptable on ecology and biodiversity grounds for the reasons stated within the report, presenting development in line with the aspirations of policies within the development plan and advice contained within the MPPF. In terms of residential amenity, the proposal appears to demonstrate that the potential to provide a satisfactory form of development in terms of protecting the amenities of adjacent occupiers, but greater scrutiny on this would be undertaken at reserved matters stage if planning permission was granted. The outline proposals on the information provided appear to present suitable relationships to existing occupiers with no undue impact on light outlook or privacy. In terms of low carbon development and climate change, the application is supported by an energy statement that details how site-wide energy saving elements coupled with new building regulations are to ensure the development is a step change in terms of energy usage compared to the majority of the housing stock in Torbay. And that is summarised within the committee report. In addition, as already touched upon, the edge of settlement location is broadly sustainable in terms of access to local facilities, employment opportunities, and non-car modes of options of travel. The principle of the sustainability approach proposed is acceptable. However, details would need to be conditioned and or submitted at reserved matter stage to ensure the development is in accordance with policy guidance. In terms of other material considerations, Torbay's most recent housing land supply data offers that there is a 2.17 year supply, which is a significant shortfall. In terms of this proposal, it will deliver 77 dwellings, 50 of which would be open market and 27 of which would be affordable units, which would present a significant benefit for Torbay in terms of housing. However, as detailed within the report, supply within the peninsula itself is relatively strong. So notwithstanding this, although the presumption of favour is deemed to be disengaged for this development, the provision of housing and affordable housing is still a significant public benefit that weighs in the scheme's favour. In terms of the loss of agricultural land, as detailed within the report, there is a constraint in terms of the best and most valuable agricultural land, and this is considered to weigh against the development. However, it does not present a reason to refuse the application in itself, whereas there is mitigation within the reuse of the soil and also the public benefit of housing more broadly. In terms of mineral safeguarding, again, as detailed within the report, when considering the designation and the site's context within the national landscape, the benefits of housing are likely to outweigh the harm in terms of mineral safeguarding, and it is not considered a matter itself that would outweigh the benefits of housing. So turning to the recommendation, it is one of refusal for the reasons of conflict with the development plan, the impact upon the South Devon national landscape, and the lack of the signed legal agreement to deliver mitigation. It is also, as an additional point, a matter of prematurity is proposed as a reason for refusal. And as this isn't detailed in a report, I will read this out in full. The proposal, by the nature of its scale and location, would prejudice strategic decisions about the need for housing within the Brixham Peninsula and the cost and scope for developing outside the designated area or meeting in some other way to a degree that would prejudice the outcome of the plan-making process, and it thereby fails to meet the criteria set out in paragraphs 50 and 183 of the NPPF. Thank you. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you. Members of the public, please, you've been asked to not make noise. Thank you. I'm now going to call the first of our registered speakers, Mrs. Jackie Stockman, to address the meeting against the application. Please be aware when you will have 5 minutes to speak. And the clerk will let you know when you have a minute remaining.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair and members. I'm the former Chair of the Brixham Peninsula Neighbourhood Forum who produced the Made Neighbourhood Plan, which since a recent change in legislation in December 23 still holds weight. Members will be aware that the community was fully consulted with and the plan was accepted by 89% of those who voted. I am speaking against this application for the proposed major development in the area of outstanding natural beauty now known as National Landscapes. The Forum considered this area very carefully and found it to be unsuitable for development due to severe environmental constraints, being wholly within the South Devon AONB and contrary to the statutory document of the 2019-2024 AONB Management Plan. Also, the land is classified as Grade 2 arable land, and due to the proximity of the farmyard and barns of Churston Farm, it could affect the retention of a viable farm and residential amenity of the existing homes. In effect, it would be urban sprawl into open countryside, lessening the gap between the two separate settlements of Brixham Town and Churston Village. The site is also in or near the flight path and sustenance zone of the Greater Horseshoe Bat, and I would draw your attention to the fact that the initial bat survey commenced in April 2021, and that although a walk-through survey of the site has taken place, the recommended valid time for a bat survey is typically 1 to 2 years. So, is it still valid? How do you know whether the bats have changed their habits since this time? Currently, the area between Wayside and Brixham and Churston Village is a dark night sky, free of light pollution. No amount of mitigation will ensure light pollution will not affect the nocturnal invertebrates which the bats feed off. Has the developer proven that this development could not be built elsewhere on a suitable brownfield site? The housing need in Torbay is for social housing. The peninsular area requirement is the same, which is why policy BH2 of the Brixham Peninsula Neighbourhood Plan stipulates that they should be first offered to those who already live in the peninsular area or who have close family here, plus key workers who work in the peninsular area. Given that there are only 9 proposed units of social housing, the remainder, although classed as affordable, would not be within the reach of the majority of low-paid working people working in hospitality, health, agriculture and the fishing industry. The majority of residents living in the area are retired, and the population has remained virtually the same for over 20 years. Do you believe that the number of affordable homes is significant enough to meet the requirement of exceptional circumstances under MPPF Para 172, and that the development is in the public interest? Members will know that at a recent planning committee, permission was granted for 23 affordable units on a brownfield site, which was an allocated site in Brixham. The Copythorne Road site was rejected at the housing site assessment stage. From a design perspective, as many of the proposed dwellings are 2-storey, I think it is also not in keeping with the properties nearby, which are in the main bungalows. The Brixham Peninsula Neighbourhood Plan allocated sufficient sites to meet the need of the area, and with the Inglewood development has vastly overachieved the target without demonstrably affecting the South Hams AOMB or landscape character. From a road safety aspect, there are no pavements as you go along Bascombe Road, and the current width would not allow for them. The crossing of the main road into Brixham, New Road, has no safe area to cross to access public transport out of town to attend schools and colleges, and the road is not wide enough for a pedestrian refuge island. The proposed development is contrary to national planning policies, contrary to Torbay's adopted local plan, and contrary to the made Brixham Peninsula Neighbourhood Plan. I will not detail these policies as they are contained within your report, and others will or have already quoted them. Any minor benefit is far outweighed by the detrimental effects, and therefore is not of a substantial material benefit to the community. It offers no exceptional circumstances, and I therefore request that it be refused. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mrs. Stockman. You have been heard. And I will now call on Councillor Tyerman to address the meeting, please. Please be aware you have 5 minutes to speak, and the clerk will let you know when you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm speaking today as one of the ward councillors for the Churston with Gampton ward, because this piece of land actually lies within my ward, the ward I represent. In fact, I've had relatively few contacts from my residents about this application, because of course very few of them live close to this site. My colleagues who represent the Brixham wards, particularly Furston with Somercombe, have had a significant number of contacts, and that's not surprising. I do, however, frequently hear from residents and businesses about the need to preserve the natural environment, particularly in the area designated as AONB, now styled the South Devon Natural Landscape. Residents tell me how important it is that that area is maintained for their enjoyment. Businesses tell me how important to have areas like this in Torbay is to attract visitors to the area and support employment for our residents. The importance of AONB generally is well documented in the local plan, neighbourhood plan. Jackie Stockman's already mentioned that in detail. I'm sure I don't need to elaborate. As you've heard, the crux of this application is assess whether the housing need outweighs the harm done to the natural environment. There certainly is, or I accept that there is, a housing benefit from the scheme. I also accept that there is environmental harm. There is most certainly a housing shortage in Torbay, and that shortage is most evident in the incredibly low level of affordable rented housing, which at around 8% is less than half of the national average and way beneath the average levels seen elsewhere in the southwest. That shortage needs to be addressed by the provision of as many properties at social rent as possible, with those properties being located close to where the need is greatest. The Council's strategy is to do everything possible to develop schemes that provide high levels of social rent, preferably 100%, like the scheme that Jackie Stockman mentioned in Brixham, and particularly on brownfield sites. Members will recall that only a month ago the scheme that Jackie Stockman mentioned was passed by this committee, and I'm pleased to be able to say that work on actually developing the site will start very shortly. The scheme you are considering today has just 9 social properties, no social rent properties, amongst a total of 77. That scheme is compliant, but in no way do I consider it exceptional or dramatic in its impact on Torbay's housing need. The Levelling Up and Regeneration Act of 2023 places a duty on Torbay Council, saying it must seek to further the purposes of conserving and enhancing natural beauty of the area of outstanding natural beauty. For developments within such an area, an applicant would need to demonstrate that exceptional circumstances apply.
1 minute remaining.
Okay. I don't believe that this application comes close to providing such exceptional circumstances, and the fact, as articulated in the report, that only 1 or 2 representations out of many hundreds from the public certainly show that the public don't think that this development is in the public interest. If I had time, I'd discuss a number of other issues which I don't feel this scheme addresses in a satisfactory way, including the impact on ecology and the added pressure it puts on our highways. But from my point of view, one fact trumps all others. The protection of the best parts of our natural environment is of great importance in Torbay. In my opinion, the provision of housing in the South Devon natural landscape is simply not an acceptable development. Torbay must and will work hard to address its housing need, but not in the AONB.
Thank you very much, Councillor Simon. Finally, I'm going to call Mr. Andrew Rowe, please, to address the meeting in support of the application. Please be aware that you will have 5 minutes to speak, and the clerk will let you know when you have a minute remaining.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you, Chair. So why are we here today? We are here because of the housing crisis declared by Torbay Council in 2021. We are here because the local plan is out of date and there has been a failure to bring forward a new local plan. We are here because the Housing Delivery Test action plans of 2020 and 21 produced by the Council have not been actioned. We are here because Torbay Council has no 5-year housing land supply and has failed the Housing Delivery Test, meaning a presumption in favour of sustainable development. We are here because over 1,600 households are in need of an affordable home, and 180, over half families, are currently in temporary accommodation paid for by the council and by taxpayers. We are here because 132 households need an affordable home in Brixham, where we sit now. Think about those figures. Think about those real families. Over the last 3 years, the council on average has delivered only 23 affordable homes. This scheme will deliver 27, 5% above policy level. The local plan requires the council to act if it is not meeting its housing targets, to allocate new sites, or to work with developers to bring forward unallocated sites such as this. We have tried to bring this site forward via the local plan. This has stalled for over 4 years, while the housing crisis has worsened. There is no plan B. There is no option other than to grant suitable plan permissions now. I have worked extremely hard with your officers and with statutory consultees to make this proposal the best it can be, a truly landscape and ecology-led scheme with over half the area of the application site being a hilltop park, community orchard, landscape and ecology enhancement. All the consultees are happy. Natural England are happy. Highways have actually recommended approval. We carried out public consultation before this submission. This led to a reduction in the scale of the scheme from 98 homes to 77, but an increase in the percentage of affordable housing, as that was the primary feedback. This is not an ill-thought-out speculative application. It is the exact opposite. Brixham is the largest town in the South Hams A&B. It has a stagnant population and an ageing population, with over a third 65 plus, the highest in Torbay, and it has a falling birth rate. If not addressed, this will continue to have severe social consequences, such as primary schools closing, key workers missing, young families having to move away or remain living with their parents. As confirmed by your strategic planning team, Brixham has a pressing need for housing. The delivery of housing, both market and affordable, is clearly in the public interest, with very significant weight needing to be given to these exceptional circumstances we find ourselves. I know that some members will struggle with the concept of development in the A&B. However, it is not unusual. Your neighbouring authorities have allowed and are planning development in the A&B. Planning inspectors have confirmed the same level of housing need makes a development acceptable in the A&B. The council's landscape expert concludes the proposed development will not result in permanent or significant landscape or harm to the landscape or visual effects. Yet, we have a recommended refusal claiming significant detrimental impact. This is not backed up by evidence, and worse than that, it goes against your own experts' advice. This cannot be successfully defended when we appeal. It is unreasonable and is likely to lead to a cost award against the council. So why delay this scheme? Before you make your decision today, I ask your officers, is the scheme's design appropriate for its location and context? Are neighbouring authorities granting and proposing development in the A&B? What evidence is there to go against your own expert landscape advice? How is the council addressing the acute housing crisis now? You have a duty. Councillor Chair, you were elected to serve the whole community, not just the NIMBYs. They already have homes, many in the A&B, and simply shout the loudest. You have a duty to the current and future community. You must provide the basic right of a home. The officer recommendation in this instance is wrong and cannot be justified. Act positively today. Recognise the acute needs of your constituents and grant planning permission. I will end with the most recent quote, or the most recent representation from a Brixham resident that sums it all up. He says, "Unfortunately, due to the ongoing housing crisis and the continued population growth, we desperately need more housing, especially affordable housing. This is one of the few areas of Brixham which have had the lowest impact of housing development."
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your submission.
I'm happy to answer any questions if members have any.
At the moment, thank you not, that we will not be asking you questions. And that concludes representations from our registered speakers. I'd like you to thank you for speaking in front of us and to assure you that you have been heard. So it's time now for committee members to ask their questions. And please may I remind you that questions should cover matters that have not already been covered in the reports. Is there anyone with a question? A first question. Councillor Billings.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Jones, if I could just unpick a point that I'm sure will come up in debate in the first instance, and that is whether this site constitutes a natural extension to Brixham. During the course of debate, I refreshed my memory in relation to the policy document for the Brixham Peninsula Neighbourhood Plan, which tells me at the beginning of the document that all of the documents that were submitted form part of the plan, not just the policy document and not just the policy maps. And the third document is the housing site assessment, which rejects this as a site, which the Speaker, Mrs. Stockman, referred to. And if I may, Chair, quote from it, it says, having referenced some constraints about AONB, greater horseshoe bats, the need to preserve viable farming, it says, and I quote, consequentially, whilst viewed on a map, it could be argued the site forms a logical extension to Brixham. The sensitivities of the site and the landscape contribution it makes on the ground are such that the site is considered unsuitable for development and consequentially it has been excluded from the neighbourhood plan. Do we have any convincing and robust narrative put forward by the applicant as to why that conclusion in the neighbourhood plan shouldn't hold for the purpose of this application, please?
Well, there is obviously submitted detail in support of the application in terms of the site's proximity to employment opportunities, public transport and the town centre generally. So yes, it's an edge of settlement one, so there is some supporting detail in terms of it being a natural extension in that way. Obviously, whether it's an appropriate extension, that's been addressed within the report in terms of the site's broader constraints rather than just its physicality next to the edge of Brixham.
But if I may, Chair, all of those points would presumably have been considered at plan-making stage. I was unable to, in my reading of the submitted materials, find anything that argued beyond the points you've just made, which were presumably considered at plan-making stage. Is there anything specific that I might have missed, please?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Thank you, Councillor Billings. And Councillor Brooke?
Yes, thank you, Chair. The applicant obviously is spoke strongly about, in their opinion, the development deals with social housing. I listened very interestingly to Jackie Stockman speak, who I felt spoke extremely well, and Councillor Tyman, and they focused on, even if that was an issue, the 9 that are appropriate than a need that they feel in Brixham goes nowhere near to covering for an exceptional circumstance. I want to link that with a comment that the applicant made about the 180 temporary households that we have at the moment in the Bay, and therefore an evident that there's a need. Now, that's not figures in our documentation, Scott. My understanding is now that because of the new strategy the council has brought in for dealing with the issue of temporary accommodation, that the numbers are now down to about 115, and that we are making headway into that problem anyway. Can you just clarify if you're aware that's correct and therefore the figures we've been given is now incorrect, because it seems to be out of date?
Yeah, I'm not aware of any trends, but potentially David. No, sorry, I can't confirm or deny that, I'm afraid.
Okay, it's just because I was on the committee and the board who looked at all this, and it is downwards and it is 115. So I was just wanted to clarify that. The issue is, though, the type of a social housing we need, and we specifically in the Bay very much need social rented accommodation. Of the 1,600 households again referred to, a bulk of that are people who want to get out of private rented because the costs of that have gone up in the last year or two, as opposed to in social rented the cost is lower. So there's a need for the social rental housing, but not the one-third, one-third, one-third. So on the basis of this application, where they're going one-third, 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 I still see this as a not an exceptional circumstance. Would I be right? I feel that's what you're saying.
Well, the proposal is obviously looking to accord with the general policy of the local plan in terms of the split, rather than deviating beyond that in any ways.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brooke. Are there any more questions? Councillor Strang.
Pen that on. I'd like to thank Scott for his very professional report, and I'd like to go back to the highways issues, if I may. Obviously, there were no objections raised on highways grounds. I'd like to know some of the background to how the traffic is expected to be managed from that site, bearing in mind that the major route that the majority of residents from that area will take from Brixham towards Paignton is down what we term as the back lanes, which is out through Bascombe Road.
So during the course of the application, the transport assessment has tackled about the existing road layout and also the potential for Copythorne Road to change its status in terms of the being more of a restricted access for sustainable travel modes. Principally, the impacts of the level of transport in and out of the development has been assessed on both counts in terms of potentially half of it 50-50 split using Bascombe Road, or also potentially if Bascombe Road Copythorne Road wasn't available in terms of the development being served off Main Road and not utilising that back road. So it's been assessed on both counts, and the impacts are not considered to be severe in terms of congestion and impact on junctions in the area. So that leads to, obviously, there is a highway support and no objection from them on the traffic grounds.
So is the assumption being made then that 50% of the people that are going to be living in that estate are going to be working out of Brixham, and the other 50% are going to be travelling to within Brixham?
My understanding is that was based on the location of the site, the proximity to the main road network, and also the conditions of Copythorne Road and Bascombe, that they looked at. Proportionally, it's likely to be a 50-50 split, so they assessed it on that basis. So they were looking at, obviously, locational circumstances to come to that conclusion on a likely split.
Thank you very much.
I think you indicated Councillor Fox and then Councillor Billings.
Just on the third reason for refusal, the lack of a signed legal agreement, just seems a strange reason to put in. And so my question really is, why is that being put in? Because surely if you are mindful on an application to encourage development, then you'd say subject to a legal agreement. So why is it being put in now as a reason for refusal?
If the application was being recommended for approval, it would be with one being subject to the signed section 106 being agreed on acceptable terms. Obviously, the recommendation is one of refusal, And so we haven't progressed and agreed section 106 with the applicant. So it should be added as a reason for refusal to cover matters of obviously essential mitigation and infrastructure funding.
Thank you.
Sorry, just to... Yep, Councillor, Mr. Catterall.
Yeah, just to add to that, it's to cover the council's position as well in the event of an appeal, so that if the appellant appealed against a refusal, the issues that are set out in the 106 agreement can be dealt with.
Thank you, Mr. Catterall. And it's Councillor Billing, followed by Councillor Darling.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Jones, I've got a couple of questions to develop highways, and then I'd like to develop the concept of ecology, please. So first question on highways. There's two aspects of highways. One's highways safety and one's highways capacity. In relation to highways capacity, I understand the planning practice guidance says the relevant test is severe harm. What's the relevant test in relation to highways safety, please?
Can you give me a moment to look that?
Whilst I do, my understanding to help is that it's harm rather than severe harm. I don't know whether Mr. Pitcaver or Mr. Catterall can assist on that. If I then go on to think through some more things on these, in relation to the golf course appeal in Churston Golf Course, which was held before Inspector Dignan in 2015, he reached a similar view to Inspector Griffiths in 1987, Inspector Wilson in 1984, and Inspector Fennell in 1974, that additional traffic through the back lanes would have a safety impact. And that was most recently in relation to a golf course with 150 parking spaces. Could you talk me through the reasons relied on by the applicant as to why there won't be a highway safety issue here with traffic going down the rural back lanes, please?
Okay, so obviously the recommendation in terms of not including highway safety as a reason for refusal is based on the comments of the Highway Authority, who have confirmed that they're following obviously further details submitted through the course of the application, that they are satisfied that the proposal is acceptable in highway terms. So that, regardless of obviously different forms of development and decisions made at different times by inspectors, obviously the comments of the Highway Authority today on this particular development in this location is that they are satisfied that it's acceptable.
My recollection was that the highways comments in relation to the Churston Golf Course development from our own highways officers at that time were that there were no highways concerns. And that was why, in relation to the most recent Churston Golf Course appeal, the comments in the inquiry were submitted by outside consultants, not by council officers. So I do appreciate that sometimes there's a range of views. My understanding, though, that was one of the points that our consultees were taken from is that there's a proposal to install a modal filter on Bascombe Road and Copythorne Road to prevent through traffic for vehicles going through the back lanes, and also a proposal to install a no left turn sign on traffic exiting the development. Could you help me understand, please, why would we need to close the back lanes to vehicles and or install a no left turn sign if traffic could safely go down those back lanes contrary to the findings of 4 previous inspectors?
So my understanding is that the proposals regarding those elements is in response to a potential implementation of a council revisiting of Bascombe Copythorne Road as a route for general traffic. So they've looked to sort of future-proof that in terms of the council's ambitions to potentially changing the access or the possibility to use Copythorne Road. So I don't think it's presented in in terms of a need, it's presented in terms of a potential change in context.
But there's still a proposal for a no left turn sign, is that correct, please?
I didn't see it on the detailed access plan that was on the slides, but it's potentially within the supporting detail. But if it was, it could potentially be to do with more public information. So you're principally not going in the wrong direction, without understanding that. Not on the highway access plan, anyway.
Maybe, Chair, we got the opportunity to clarify that point, because highway safety is one of the points that I've got specific concerns at some point.
Make a note of that.
In relation to ecology, could I clarify, what's the age of the ecology surveys that have been submitted, please? And are they, in relation to what Councillor Stockman said, are they submitted within their normal time period, please?
I'll need a moment to open the ecology surveys to see when they were submitted. But as a sort of headline, they are considered acceptable by the Devon County Council ecologist, who has obviously reviewed this on the council's behalf. Obviously, there's a period of time that the application has been in, but there's been no concerns about the age of the surveys raised in the consultation response.
I appreciate there hasn't been any concern raised by our consultees, but my direct question was how old they were, please.
Okay, I'll look to find that out for you.
I raise that because my understanding is that they are more than 2 years old, and that reliance is placed on them because there's no material change in circumstance. And I'm also aware that in the preliminary ecological appraisal, it's a bit of a tongue twister, it refers to the land being used as sheep grazing, and that when we were on site we saw that it was cattle grazed pasture. And when I looked at a recent planning application for the Churston Barns, dated 2011, it refers how that land is part of a farm that provides grazing for between 60 to 75 cattle and 100 to 150 sheep. So my question then relates to, well, if it was sheep grazing at one stage and it's cattle grazing now, is that information that the ecology advisor has at his disposal when he says the surveys are still in date, please?
So historically the field has been apparently grazed for sheep, and obviously that's why the submitted ecology report details sheep grazing as the historic use. The Devon County Council ecologist obviously thinks it's reasonable that the application is assessed on its historic use. If there has been some very recent change, he does not consider it fundamental to changing the conclusions of the ecology assessment and the habitat regulations appropriate assessment as well. You say if there's been a longer established sheep grazing, and that's what the ecology surveys are based on, and it's only very recently, he is content that those conclusions can be retained.
So we have surveys that aren't for a full suite of surveys, that are more than 2 years out of date, and reliance on those is placed on them because there's no material change in circumstances. Is that correct, please?
The ecological appraisal was undertaken in March 2023 by Devon Wildlife Consultants.
Is that the date of the surveys, though?
Apologies, the computer's been incredibly slow in here, so let us just check for complete accuracy.
Officers, would it be easier if I made the point? We return to this in a little bit. I think my concern for clarity is that under the Conservation Habitats and Species Regulations, we're required to have ascertained that the project will have not negatively impacted the site, and on the basis of the information we've been given as ecological surveys and the date of those, I'm not persuaded that we've got sufficient information in front of us, and I was hoping to be absolutely reassured that I'm misguided on that point. But maybe for the benefit of the meeting, Chair, shall we return to that and keep the flow?
So we'll come back to that, Councillor Billings, thank you. And Councillor Darling, you indicated you wanted to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of quick questions, please. So in the report, it talked about the services within the community, and it talked about the schools. And there was no concerns about provision at primary age, but I'm not sure it mentioned secondary school, whether there was enough space at secondary schools. That's my first question. And my second one is just a query, really. How much consultation has there been with yourself, Scott, and the developer? Was there any pre-app consultation or anything like that, especially with regard to the requirement for social housing, affordable housing? Thank you.
Thank you. So, just having a quick look on so in terms of primary and secondary school provision, there is obviously comments from the Council's education team on this. Yeah. So principally they are mentioning that mitigation would be provided, would be necessary if the application was consented in terms of secondary school provision. But as I say, I don't think they believe there is a need to mitigate additional primary school numbers from this development at this time. So they're looking at, obviously there's spaces available at primary school, but not at secondary school. So
thank you.
They would be seeking a partial sort of educational mitigation based on secondary school provision only. In terms of engagement with the applicant, there wasn't a pre-application submission before this application was made.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Darling. And we're going to go to Councillor Tolchada.
Thank you, Chair. Just returning briefly to the highways issue, which I think is probably of great concern to nearby residents. Clearly, and hopefully, all the right sort of assessments and surveys were carried out as to the weight of traffic that uses Copythorne Road and going through to Bascombe. But I would be interested to know how much focus there was on the fact that we all know, those of us who live in Brixham, that is the only alternative route out of Brixham if there is any incident of any kind on the main road and it becomes just a complete logjam. I mean, the only other way out of Brixham is going up on the Kingsway Road and going around that way. So I don't know how much focus the applicants have had on, that unusual circumstance.
So the application and the supporting information is principally there to sort of show that the amount of development, won't have an unacceptable impact on the broader network and would be safe in terms of its direct access onto the public highway. In both those regards, the Highway Authority are satisfied, with the detailed junction and the visibility of it and the design. But also, that you say they haven't raised any issues in terms of the wider network, which I can report on, to be honest.
I think that is actually quite concerning for those of us who at times have to exit and come back into Brixham. But I've noted your answer. Thank you very much.
Apologies for the delay. The computer's taken a long time to download what is the information I require for the HRA, which has all the details in about the surveys. So to completely confirm, the surveys were taken, there were 7 survey sessions between April and October in 2021, and then some static surveys between the same period, April to October 2021. So I hope that helps. Thank you.
Thank you to both of you. And Councillor Fox, please, followed by Councillor Pentney.
Just in support of Councillor Tolchard and the importance of that route, but also just to remind everyone that our consultants would have had regard to national policy guidance in this, in the MPPF. It's para 115, where it basically, there is a requirement to make sure that a road is safe and that cumulative impacts on highway network should not be severe. So they would have had to have had regard to that.
Thank you, Councillor Fox. Councillor Pentney.
Thank you, Chair. This might be better suited to Mr Cattrall, but in respect to highways concerns, if members were minded to follow the OSO recommendation here, and we're still quite a way off that yet because we're not even in debate stage, but if they were, and members sought to add that to a 5th reason for refusal, i.e. highways concerns, would there be any implications in terms of our ability to defend this decision in the event of an appeal?
Through you, Madam Chairman. Any reason for refusal on highway grounds needs to be based upon detailed technical and professional opinion and advice, and that has been sought and no matters have been raised. There isn't any, as it were, set criteria for determining this. It's a matter of professional opinion, and as Councillor Fox says, what paragraph 115 says is that it should only be prevented or refused an application on highways grounds if there would be an unacceptable impact on highway safety. These things are often very site-specific, and that is why you rely on professional opinion and advice.
Thank you, Mr Cattrall, and thank you, Councillor Pentney. And Councillor Verdi.
Just a quick question. Would you know how the Highways Agency comes to their conclusions on capacity and safety, having been out there and seen the roads myself?
I'm not party to how the highway engineers and highway officers assess these matters. I can obviously report on their conclusions that obviously in this case they support the application on highway grounds, but I can't add any sort of detailed understanding, I'm afraid.
Councillor Strang, and then if we can focus on last questions and think about moving on to debate next.
As I'm one of the locals that does use those roads quite regularly, we all know when it rains reasonably heavily around here that road is liable to quite severe flooding. With that development, should it go ahead, and the drainage pond that's proposed for it, can we be assured that the flooding problems along that road would be totally removed? Because that really is a major issue down that road.
So obviously the application is an outline, so the final layout isn't fixed, so the amount of hard standings, surface water, etc. isn't known. What the detail submitted does seek to show is that the indicative layout could be appropriately managed with a safe drainage system that doesn't increase flooding on the site or the land or buildings or roads adjacent. So that has been assessed by the council's drainage engineer. They are fully satisfied that there will be scope to deliver an acceptable drainage scheme on that, which is to basically contain that runoff within the site and manage it effectively. So you say, although there would be a further, if it was granted outline consent, there would be a further round within the reserved matters to scrutinise the detail. At the moment, the sort of strategic indicative detail that's been submitted has sort of satisfied the council's drainage engineer that there is an acceptable drainage system.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Billings, next.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Jones, you probably understood from some of my questions, I've got some great reservations in areas. Clearly, as some of the speakers against the application have accepted, a reason why this could be justified is the exceptional circumstance. I just want us to unpick in relation to what the element of need is, and maybe yourself and Mr. Peckhaver can speak to this. Could you talk me through, please, what the delivery against our target, as it were, is for the Brixham Peninsula? I'm familiar with when we prepared the Brixham Peninsula Neighbourhood Plan, the target for that area as part of Torbay as a whole was 660. I believe at the time the plan allocated 686. But where are we, please, in relation to delivering against that for open market housing? And also, what is the need, please, for affordable homes from the Brixham Peninsula in light of policy BH2? And where are we, please, in relation to delivering against that? Thank you, Chair.
So David's possibly best placed to answer the details on this. Obviously, in terms of the headlines in the report, obviously I mentioned that in localised circumstances there is a strong delivery of housing, which is obviously entailed and informed the conclusions on exceptional circumstances. Hopefully David could provide some up-to-date detailed understanding.
Thank you. So I'm just trying to wake my computer up for the second point, but in terms of delivery of market housing, you're quite right, Councillor Billings, that the most recent development plan target is in the Torbay local plan and the Brixham Peninsula neighbourhood plan, which is for 660 dwellings between 2012 and 2030, which comes to around 37 dwellings a year. To date, the most recent figure I've got is that 425 homes have been built since 2012, which is about exactly where it should be in terms of the delivery rate. Most of those to date have been built within the Brixham Town Council area. Inglewood, which is within the Brixham Peninsula, although it's not in Brixham, it's in the Peninsula Neighbourhood Plan area, has planning permission for 373 dwellings. That is now under construction. There are houses being built at the moment. So the minimum delivery under the current plan is at least 789 homes. There could be some allowance for windfall on top of that going forward. So under the current local plan, the housing requirement is being met. The caveat to that in terms of housing need is that there's a significant housing shortfall across Torbay, largely because Torquay and Paynton haven't met their targets, and that the presumption in favour of sustainable development does have to apply across Torbay. But Brixham has met its need, and as you're aware, that is one of the tests in the MPPF. It is a very localised need rather than the bay-wide test before major development in the national landscape should be allowed. The other devil in the detail will be that as part of the local plan, we'll need to look again at what the need should be, and it may well rise in line with what's called the standard method. But my advice is that really is a matter that should be dealt with at plan making level, when both the need can be balanced against the environmental constraints that Brixham has. Can you just bear with me 1 second while I just get the affordable housing figures? Again, there's a significant need for affordable housing across Torbay. There are as was said, there are currently well over 1,600 households in housing need across Torbay. But the very localised need for Brixham is that at April 2024, there were 132 households with a Brixham connection on the housing waiting list. In terms of getting the full picture of affordable housing need, we would need to look at key worker housing who may not necessarily be on that list, and then there'll also be going forward some newly arising need. In terms of the supply, I'm afraid I don't have a broken down figure of how many have been built, affordable housing units have been built to date, but Inglewood has planning permission for 112 affordable homes, some of which are currently under construction, and St Kilda has permission for 22 later living affordable units. So I won't say there isn't a need for affordable housing, because there is a need for affordable housing across Torbay, but in terms of the very local need for affordable housing, Inglewood and St Kilda take the most extreme edges off the very urgent need for affordable housing in the localised context. I would also add that Inglewood and St Kilda, because of the Brixham Peninsula plan, the affordable housing is tied that people with a local occupancy restriction, it's tied for local occupancy by people from the Brixham Peninsula. Thank you.
What is the council's definition? Sorry, there must be no outbursts from members of the public. Once again, this is not a public meeting, it is an internal meeting. Councillor Billings.
Thank you, Chair, that's helpful. And for absolute clarity, social, for the benefit of the public audience, David, I believe refers to a 40% discount to open market value, and social, and affordable 20, is that correct?
Yes, affordable rent is where it's 80% of the market rate. Social rents are tied at a much lower level, and it tends to be that social rented housing is around 40% of the market rate, and the main need in Torbay is for social rented housing.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Mr Pickhaver.
Councillor Tolchard.
Thank you. Could I just ask that the additional recommendation is just put on the screen, please, that we haven't seen before? Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Satisfied? Thank you very much. I have a question on an agricultural matter, a little bit of understanding that I'm missing. How has the need to retain a sufficiently large agricultural unit so that the farming function is viable informed your report? And the second part of the question is, how has the deterioration in the quality of the soils in part of the farm due to the work of the landowner been considered in your report? Thank you.
So the size and scale of the wider working farms in the area hasn't been assessed as part of this application. The loss of the agricultural land has, and is obviously concluded within the key material considerations of the report. Principally, there's a soil management plan to try and reuse that within the site, within the areas of public open space where there's an orchard proposed. So obviously, in terms of trying to find best use of the highest quality soils that's within the site. But you say, in terms of the broader economic viability of the farm. That's not been an assessment.
Thank you. Councillor Billings.
Question for Mr. Cattrall as well as Mr. Jones. Is that a legitimate material consideration, please? Retaining agricultural land in sufficiently large blocks that it can viably be used for farming. Can that legitimately be a material consideration, please?
Yes, to you, Madam Chairman, in principle it can be if you're leaving scraps of land that aren't practically manageable because they're too small. So the breaking up of a unit can be a material consideration. Whether it is or not is for the planning officers to decide.
Thank you, Mr. Cattrall.
Thank you, Chair.
Any last questions now? Councillor Verdi, please keep them focused.
The community garden with the orchard, is that open to the general public? And if so, is there parking amenities available for that?
Public open space would be conditioned to be available and open to the general public. So it's not expected that that would be a private form of, usable space. So that would be tied up through either conditions or the definitions within the Section 106 legal agreement.
So would parking be provided for that area for visitors, or would they have to park on site off-road in the neighbourhood?
So it's not a destination park, so there's no parking proposed within the indicative plan. I would say that's not a reasonable assumption in terms of a possible layout. Obviously, it's a local space to serve the local residents. So it's an incidental part, and it doesn't need a car park as such. But you say the proposals are indicative anyway within the site.
Thank you. Councillor Brooke, you don't? Yep. Okay, so we're going to move on to Mr. Blackwell. Yeah.
Thank you. It's important to come back, I think, to a couple of points that were made earlier. We didn't quite clarify the position. So obviously we heard Stockman say about the validation of those ecological reports. So those dates were in the HRA. You can see those were over 2 years ago, but within the scope of this application, there was further checks over the site, further assessment, further information provided, which provide us enough information to deal with the application. And also the ecologist would have picked this up if it was important. I think we've obviously got a few comments here from highways, from ecologists, from flooding that you've tested through the questioning, which is appropriate. But I think we have to take those on face value, and we've got that information in front of us to get to the conclusion we've reached today with the report. I think the other point around the LC-WIP, so the Local Cycling Walk Infrastructure Plan, we never really did get to the bottom of that. So just to clarify that was adopted by members in April 2021. That covered that sort of prioritisation of potential changes to walking and cycling, and we've already seen some of those take place. So America's Lane, that has just been improved vastly, making that connection through between Churston and Battery Gardens. What the future holds for that LC-WIP plan to change the highway as you presented earlier as part of the debate, part of the questions. Again, that's down to prioritisation, funding bids, it's part of a wider package. So that is why, in terms of the testing for this application, both options were secured, and that's why the debate was had around 50%. So it's not defined, it's something within the plan that's potential. So I hope that answers those two, but it was important to return back to some of the questioning and some of the speakers' comments. Thank you.
So I'm going to open the application to debate. Are there any members wishing to speak on this application? Who'd like to speak first? Councillor Verdi.
Just coming back to highways, I can't get over the fact that it's been accepted by highways as being safe and allowing for capacity. I found the roads really narrow for such a development. On the site visit today, I only saw a mother with a baby and a pushchair walking along, and also with the dog. Now, along that lane, there's only space for one car. Everybody has to give way. So I can't see how that is going to cope with capacity, the infrastructure of the road, unless it is changed drastically. Thank you.
Councillor Pentney, followed by Councillor Billings.
Thank you. I did note in the questions phase, we didn't really spend much time looking or scrutinising the questions through the lens of the 4 reasons for refusal, which might lend itself to suggest that members might agree with those. But I just, in the course of this debate, I don't think it will be useful to focus on the highways concerns, which obviously the concerns are very, very real. But as we heard earlier, if we need to be arguing on the 4 points in front of us. You know, I'm still making up my mind, but I think we're kind of barking up the wrong path if we're talking solely about highways when that's not one of the recommendations. And I appreciate the arguments around having faith in the technical and professional expertise that informs their perspective on this application. But you know, we simply have to, even though we've got our reservations about it. It doesn't mean to say I don't agree with residents' concerns about highways, but we have to deal with what we have in front of us.
Thank you. Helpful, Mr. Pentney. Councillor Pentney. Councillor Billings.
Councillor Penley, I really agree that we need to turn to the proposed reasons for refusal and examine those, because they've been put before us in the officer's report, which I'm really grateful to Mr. Jones and his team of having prepared, because I thought it was very detailed. Before we do so, though, I just wanted to follow what Councillor Verdi was saying in terms of highways. At a previous committee, when the Churston Golf Course development was considered, at that time, that previous planning committee had before them a representation from highways that there wasn't a highways impact. Public representations changed the view of members. Members took a view that there was a highways impact. The inspector in that development I referred to agreed there was a highways impact. So I don't believe we should dismiss what Councillor Verdi was saying, because I agree with him that there is a substantial concern in this area. I just want to touch on it briefly, then I'd rather come back to it later. But just to quote from, for example, from what the Inspector Diagnam found in relation to the golf course. And the reason why I say, members, that this is relevant is it's talking about the same road network, and it's a recent public inquiry that's considered the same road network. And he said, the likely increased frequency of vehicles using Bridge Road, which is one of the ways you'd cut back onto the main road from Bascombe Road, Copythorne, would be detrimental to the safety of pedestrians and other vulnerable users. This would be mitigated to an extent by the proposed improvements in that scheme, but the harm would not be overcome. And in the context of that, I personally, I've not found anything in this application that I've been able to confirm in my mind that there wouldn't be, as we heard Mr. Cattrall say, an unacceptable impact on highway safety. It's not got to be severe for safety. My understanding, Mr. Cattrall, unless I'm wrong, is it's unacceptable. And therefore, on that aspect, I'm not persuaded. I just, though, and maybe we could put it on the screen, I just wanted to run through, Chair, if I may, the reasons for refusal. Are we able to do that, Mr. Jones? And put them up on screen and go through them in the way Councillor Pentney suggested. So in relation to the development plan, I was very taken by the fact of the planning practice guidance in paragraph 041 that we've seen in the officer report, refers to not meeting the needs arising outside the AOMB within the AOMB. And I heard Mr. Pickhaver sort of explain that the Brixham Peninsula need was largely satisfied, and really to the extent there is some pressures, and I do accept, as the applicant said, within Torbay as a whole, there is a clear need, that I don't see that the AOMB is a sensible place to be making up for that. I really don't see it from that perspective. And I think as well, if we're going to be relying on neighbourhood plans, and I'm presuming that that going forward, neighbourhood planning is going to be a central plank of the refresh of the local plan. We've really got to pay attention to what our local communities tell us, and having rejected that site, I think there's clear and demonstrable conflict, and that would be my reason why I would be happy with that first reason. Certainly then in relation to the second reason that we've got up there, I was particularly taken with the new, and it's referred to often in short term, the Levelling Up and Regeneration Act, or the LURA, which, when it talked about the amendments to the Countryside and Right-of-Way Act, in exercising and performing any functions in relation to so affect an area of outstanding natural beauty, a relevant authority must seek to further the purpose of conserving and enhancing the natural beauty of the area of outstanding natural beauty. And I just don't see how it's compatible to be putting within an AONB a housing development, however so well designed. The applicant may do it in some future stage. We don't have that in front of us. This is an outline application. But I just don't see how it's compatible to be doing that. And that's why I personally, I have confidence in those two reasons for refusal that officers have put in front of us. I don't know whether, Chair, it's helpful just to pause at that point, because that seems a natural debate point.
Yep. Anyone want to come back on that or embellish it a little bit? Oh, Councillor Fox, sorry. Thank you.
I find myself really torn on this because we've had very powerful arguments put forward by Andrew Rowe in relation to the severe housing need. We've also heard David Pickhaver with the fifth reason, and I would argue that probably the right time to consider this in relation to all the arguments we've heard is probably in the context of plan making rather than in deciding an application like this, and that we should be looking at this in a much, how can I put it, a more considered environment, really. So I would be recommending that we do refuse, but we refuse and that we have this open for the future as one of a number of sites that we should be looking at, because it has got a number of arguments in favour of it, but we've heard a wide panoply of arguments today. It's been very helpful, very interesting, but I think now is the wrong time to make a decision in favour of this application.
Does that amount to a proposal, Councillor Fox, or are we continuing?
It can do, yes, unless there are other people who feel they still want to speak. Yes, but I'll propose.
We'll hold that for a minute. We've just started debate. So, Councillor Brooke.
Yeah, I mean, the crux of this is twofold for me, anyway. One is about the building on an area of outstanding natural beauty, and I'm going to underline the O. It's outstanding. You know, it's not just any minor place, it's an outstanding area of natural beauty. And the second one I wanted to talk a little bit more, colleagues, is the ecological assessment. I'm still really uncomfortable with that assessment. You know, it's a sustenance zone for the Greater Horseshoe Bat. We are in a UNESCO World Geopark. We are the only urban one in the world. You know, these are high titles, these are high issues for an area. And I feel that putting aside the survey was done 2 years ago, putting aside there might have been the occasional site visit thereafter, we surely have got to get more detail on this area for the Horseshoe Bat. You know, as Councillor Billings said, one of the refusals in an appellant a while ago was on the basis that if the fields are used for cattle, the excrement of the cattle, the dung beetle goes into that, and that's what the baby horseshoe bats use and eat from. Never mind the nocturnal issue of the feed. So I think that I don't personally have enough data here that I'm satisfied that that's not a reason for refusal on the ecology side. But going back to the area of outstanding natural beauty, either we are a council that believes we protect these areas because we believe they are important, or we don't. You know, it's not Brixham's fault that we're no good at haven't produced yet the housing on the need in Paignton and Torquay. That's not Brixham's fault. You know, they've done their job, they've done their bit. They want to keep their area of an area of outstanding natural beauty in place. So my personal opinion is I will refuse this tonight, but I really actually want to make a statement that I'd refuse it every time it came back, because I believe in protecting our areas of outstanding natural beauty, and that's the end of it. That's a high priority. So there you go, colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor Brooke. And next, Councillor Billings, followed by Councillor Pentney.
Thank you, Chair. I think we're getting to the point where we've got a proposed and second motion. I'll refresh members' memories that I set out earlier that I believe there needs to be a highways safety reason, in my view. And in my eyes, we don't have, in my view, in the information before us, sufficient evidence to show that there is an absence of an unacceptable impact on highway safety. This isn't a capacity issue. There's demonstrable evidence that there's not a capacity issue. But in terms of highway safety, in my view, the narrative that was going back and forth between our consultees from WSP and the developers' consultants on highways did not, which I've read in detail, did not, in my eyes, confirm to me there was an absence of an unacceptable safety impact on highways. So I would really suggest, colleagues, that that's a reason that I feel on highways safety, not highways more broadly, but highways safety, that's a reason I would feel comfortable on. I'd just like to touch on ecology, though. This is one of the most difficult reasons, because the surveys that we've got are from 2021, so that's 3 years ago. I know from my own experience as a developer that I'm expected to rely on surveys within 2 years of having produced them. So that's not great, but I also understand that an ecologist can provide reassurance that they're still in date because there hasn't been a materials change in circumstance. However, if I go back to the previous application that I referred to earlier, the 2011 one, that referred to how the farm was used for both cattle and sheep. The fact that there weren't sheep on that land for a period, I recall when I was doing geography at school a long time ago, the farmers sort of changed and they did one type of crop one year, they did something another year, they did something another year. If we're just at a natural cycle where for a period the farmers put sheep on that land, and sheep don't produce cattle dung, and that doesn't produce the dung beetle, which is apparently very important for the greater horseshoe bat and the juveniles of that species, and that's connected with the maternity roost at Bury Head. In my eyes, given the fact that we've got through the Conservation and Habitats and Species Regulations a legal duty to only give consent once we've ascertained that the proposal will not adversely affect the integrity of the site, and that's a legal duty. I don't think we've met that because we've got surveys which were undertaken when it was sheep grazed and there's now cattle grazing. Now I appreciate next year, the year after, there might be sheep again, but as we speak there's currently cattle on the land. We know from that previous 2011 application there was cattle on the land years ago, because it's been used interchangeably as an arable and livestock farm. So to me, I don't believe the developers demonstrated that there won't be an absence of impact on protected species. I just wondered whether other members had similar concerns or whether you were persuaded there weren't, colleagues. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Billings. Next is Councillor Pentney, but I think we're getting quite close to being ready to proceed to a vote. So after Councillor Pentney, can we be very sure that we're sort of adding something material.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll keep it brief in light of that. Just a note, as I've done, it is difficult because, you know, there is a housing crisis in Torbay, and this application in front of us does meet, and in fact more than meets, its affordable housing obligations, which you can't always say of every development of this size that does come forward. But it's kind of like Councillor Fox was saying, we need a planned way out of this, not taking what comes in front of us because we don't have much else to go on. And that's what I fear we would be doing if we were minded to approve this one. So I'm minded to follow the officer recommendation for refusal. I still have my reservations about building in or adding an additional reason around highway safety, not because I disagree with the sentiment, but I just conscious that we might ironically weaken our decision making. I mean, I'm happy to be persuaded if I'm wrong, and it'll be up to Councillor Fox as the would-be proposer, I guess, to include it or not. And I might well still support it if that were included. But I just think that might be, whilst we've made our feelings on that subject clear on the highways, I think we have, but I don't think we can still refuse it by following the recommendation on paper without potentially weakening our overall reasons for refusal.
Thank you, Councillor Pentney. Actually, I think we're just getting going. So Councillor Billings, followed by Councillor Strang.
Well, I would be quite happy to second a proposal that had refusal in line with the officer report, the additional fourth reason we've seen on screen, highway safety, and also ecology. In my view, we do not have in front of us a robust reason why we can take the view that there is not an acceptable impact on highway safety. We don't have a highway safety assessment in front of us, and we've got no reason to depart from another inspector who's looked at the same roads in relation to a development that's broadly comparable. A golf course with 150 car parking spaces. This is 77 houses, probably 2 car parking spaces each, so about 150 cars. I don't see, I appreciate there's an awful lot more nuance to that. I don't hang my hat on that, but in reality, the traffic is still going to go down those roads. There's no reason we've got to depart from that made by that previous inspector. The developer could have put forth a highway safety assessment in the information we've got in front of us, chose not to. We also know that there was discussion and reliance on the LC whip. That was a proposal to close the back roads for through traffic. There was also discussion, as far as I could see, of a right turn sign exiting the development. Neither of those 2 points would be relevant if the back roads were perfectly safe for traffic, because there isn't. And I'd be the first to say it, there's no severe capacity issue. So therefore, but for there being a genuine safety concern, why would those points be raised? In relation to ecology, I appreciate this point is very late in the day. But if we make a point that we later can't, that I suggest we could deal with this by giving delegated authority to the Director of Planning to be able to withdraw that reason should he, on further consultation, and this is in relation to the ecology, withdraw that point should, if at a late stage he consider that there is no sound reason to do it. That would allow an opportunity for this committee to have it in there, and if on further investigation ecologists cannot support it, we would withdraw it before the decision notice is issued, and therefore there could be no opportunity for the applicant to claim a reverse costs award if there's an appeal. Thank you.
Is that that's okay? Yes, Mr. Bradbury? You would like to? Mr. Cattrall is going to speak.
No, Chairman, I don't think I can emphasise enough that a reason for refusal on highway grounds must be supported by technical and professional opinion. I would be very wary of relying on another inspector's conclusions on another appeal because these issues are very site-specific. It is possible to refuse an application on the basis that there is insufficient information in order to enable it to be determined, but I would assume that there is insufficient information, but I don't know if the planning office... There is sufficient information, which is why it's brought to the committee, but I don't know if the planning officer would like to comment on that point.
Thank you, Mr. Cattrall.
I would say we require an adjournment just to pull those things apart, to be honest. I think we need to pause and break and get this completely right. So I'd suggest a 10-minute adjournment.
Okay, members of the public, we are going to sign off for 10 minutes. The time is... What is the time now?
6.
Is that the time we're going to return?
No, that's the time.
Okay. We're going to return at 6:30. Thank you. Okay, we are going to resume. Members of the public, if you could take your seats again. The officers and members have consulted here, and we are ready for a vote. We're going to return to Councillor Fox. Councillor Fox, are you still wishing to propose a vote on this?
Madam Chair, yes, I am.
And the vote, if I understand right, is going to be along the lines of officer recommendations plus the fourth recommendation. Is that correct?
It's the 4 officer recommendations that we have on the screen.
Yes, the vote is for refusal, just to be clear. And the Councillor Pentney, am I right that you are interested in seconding?
I am happy to second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pentney. And we're going to ask if there's any more debate at this point. Councillor Billings.
Thanks, Chair. I indicated earlier that, in my personal view, there are 2 further reasons that could be relied on. However, it's clear that at this stage, officers are not in a position to support those. So I'm quite happy from my own position to endorse this motion. I think if those issues arise in the course of an appeal, we've heard from the applicant that that they're going to appeal should their development be refused. My own view is that they could be picked up by other parties, such as Rule 6 parties. So I'd be happy to support this motion as it stands. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Billings. So Councillor Fox has put a fairly clear motion, and if we can vote on it now, please raise your hands if you're in support. That's unanimous. Thank you very much. So that proposal has been refused. And now we're moving on to item number 6, and this application is to consider the land at Princess Gardens off Torbay Road, Torquay, application number P/2024/0138.
Do you want to wait until everybody's cleared out?
Should get easier now, I think. No. Okay, thank you. We'll resume. The clerk has confirmed those who have registered to speak, but before they do so, I will ask Scott Jones to introduce this application.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, before I start my presentation, I'll provide members with a brief update on the application since the report was published. Principally, there has been the receipt of 8 letters of support with points raised in terms of the application providing facilities, improving the tourism offer of Torbay, provides jobs, and the benefits outweigh the harm, and has previously been considered acceptable. It will also provide money to improve the park and is a popular landmark feature. So moving on, this is an application for the provision of an observation wheel and ancillary development at land at Princess Gardens, outlined in red. So looking at the slide here, this shows the location. Sorry, I'll just add a... So this is the location within the park, and the aerial view shows the existence of a wheel in the previous year. I think this is assumed to be a 33-metre wheel from a few years ago. So here we have part of the registered park and garden. We have got the Grade 2 listed pavilion building here. We've got the Grade 2 listed fountain and the Grade 2 listed war memorial, all within the setting of the proposed application site. Just in terms of some development plan context, we've got obviously here we've got the dotted colouring here that identifies the listed park and garden, which obviously includes all the way around here. We've got the Torbay, Torquay Harbour Conservation Area that the site also lies within. It's also part of the core tourism investment area and covered under policy T01 in the local plan. And it's also in a community investment area within the Torbay local plan as well. In terms of the Torquay neighbourhood plan, principally it's part of a local green space that's identified by the green lines there. So just some pictures of the site. You say the site is this area between the War Memorial and the theatre in the background. So currently laid to grass. And there we go. So this is a listed fountain to the east of the development site. Obviously that has been part of some recent refurbishment, which was paid for by previous conservation gains for historic consents for the wheel. There we have the listed War Memorial, which is directly adjacent to the observation wheel. And that's just an existing layout. So we've got the banjo area here, the pathway that dissects the site, which the wheel will sit loosely in this area, and some large highway trees adjacent outside of the park. So this is the proposed layout. You say it's set off the western edge of the banjo between the War Memorial, which is just about here, about 24 metres away, and the theatre further west. There's a ticket office that sits at the base of the wheel for patrons to use, and here there's a catering unit south of the wheel, between the wheel and the promenade. There's also a proposed seating area here, which will be covered in AstroTurf as in previous years. Sorry. And obviously you probably know what the observation wheel generally looks like. So just confirming a radius. So this is a proposed ticket booth, which as mentioned will be set at the foot of the wheel. It's quite a small, simple unit. There's an illustration there, which is 3.5 metres by 3.5 metres in footprint and 2.3 metres high. So here's some elevations of the proposed catering unit, which is 6 metres wide by 2.5 metres deep and 3.7 metres high to the top of the signage panel, which is shown up there. So just illustrations of the previous 33 metre wheel, slightly smaller than the one proposed, which is 45 metres. And also just a view from the promenade of a previous wheel in situ. See sort of the back and side view here of the catering unit and the seating area adjacent to it. So in terms of some of the key considerations, we've got some slide here which outlines some of the proposed heritage and conservation gains proposed by the application. So the application is accompanied by an update master plan report that seeks to sort of guide measures to achieve the restoration of the Princess Gardens more widely. And within the report, the next objectives are to enhance and restore the War Memorial, which has been funded by previous wheels, and the work to be undertaken. But also to improve the footpath network within the gardens and reduce the paved area where possible. There's also some ambitions to improve the interpretation strategy and signage within the listed park and garden, and also to help develop a design for the pavilion, and with consideration of the links to Princess Gardens. So this slide before you, if you've got the hash dotted areas here, This shows the extent of the first phase of a proposed pavement improvement plan, which is to resurface and remove the red tarmac that resides as the surface finish and replace it with a softer, more sort of heritage-based gravel bonded finish. So this is some sort of further illustrative detail, obviously just on the extent of this sort of patchwork and broken up areas of red tarmac within the registered park and garden, and also the sort of the expected softer finish that the conservation plan is suggesting. So in terms of the key material issues and considerations, firstly in terms of the principle of temporary provision of an observation wheel and associated development is considered to align with the development plan aspirations in terms of supporting and promoting tourism facilities and the management of local green spaces. This conclusion on general principle is, however, subject to wider considerations, including those of heritage impacts, when considering the context of the site and surroundings. In terms of heritage, as detailed in the report, this is a sensitive location. It is prominent within the Torquay Harbour Conservation Area, is near to the Grade 2 listed building, which is the Pavilion, and is set within the Princess Gardens, which is a Grade 2 entry on the Register of Historic Parks and Gardens. It is also adjacent to a war memorial and near to the fountain, which are both Grade 2 listed structures. And the Registered Park and Garden, in terms of reference, is on the at-risk register, but with an improving trend. As with previous wheels proposals, the application accepts there is heritage harm from placing the wheel and the associated structures within this context. And again, as with previous proposals, the application proposes heritage mitigation that seeks to try and counter the identified harm. For this application, one of an extended summer season, the mitigation proposed is a financial sum of £30,000 to be ring-fenced towards the pathway improvement scheme proposed, which is to remove the red tarmac and replace it with the gravel bonded surface treatment. The scheme has been costed at around £90,000 to deliver. In terms of previous conservation mitigation, this secured restoration of the listed fountain and funding for the restoration of the listed war memorial, with it both within the registered park. And in terms of this application, the heritage advice is that the wheel presents a high level of less than substantial harm when considering the level of harm to the number of assets in its context, and also that the conservation gain proposed does not mitigate that harm, where it provides only limited benefit. In accordance with national guidance, where there is less than substantial harm, such harm should be weighed against the public benefits. But in this instance, the public benefits are not considered to tilt the balance in favour of the development when considering the great weight that should be given to conservation of assets outlined within national guidance. The proposal is therefore considered unacceptable on heritage grounds for the detailed reasons in the report. In terms of design, more broadly, the location within the green space is considered suitable when it doesn't impact the main routes or desire lines within the park and garden. It does remove a relatively substantial part of the park and garden from casual informal enjoyment throughout the summer months when the land is most used and usable. However, at the same time, the development does provide a public facility whilst in that place. Generally, the development is suitable for the context of a public park, but this consideration does not consider the heritage impact of the proposal. In terms of amenity, subject to the hours of operation and lighting restrictions, similar to those of previous wheel proposals, the wheel would not unduly impact neighbours. In terms of trees, with support offered from the Council's tree officer, there are no expected harmful impact upon the mature street trees adjacent. And in terms of ecology in the marine environment, the development is temporary, sits within a managed park grassland, and sits on top of the land as a temporary structure. There is no expected harm to ecology, including the marine environment, in this context. In terms of flood risk, finally, surface water runoff from the new development will be discharged to a soakaway, and the development is not considered likely to increase flood risk, and there is no objection from the Council's drainage officer on that. As detailed within the report, following the more detailed reasons within that, the officer recommendation is one of refusal, where the development, for reasons of its scale, form and location, would cause harm to the character and appearance of the Princess Gardens and Royal Terrace Garden, Registered Park and Garden, and the Torquay Harbour Conservation Area, and cause harm to the setting of the Grade 2 listed pavilion, war memorial and fountain. The level of harm is not mitigated by the proposed conservation benefits and public benefits, and as such the proposals are considered to be contrary to policies SS10, HE1, DE1 and DE3 of the Torbay local plan, and policies TT2 and TH8 of the Torquay neighbourhood plan, and guidance contained within paragraphs 203, 205 and 208 of the NPPF. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. And I'm now going to call the first of our registered speakers, and that is Mr. Horder from, Dr. Horder from Torquay Neighbourhood Forum, who joins the meeting virtually. Please be aware, Dr. Horder, have we got him, in fact? Are we connected?
We should be. Just excuse me.
Yes. Is that it?
Okay. Can you hear me?
Dr. Horder, thank you. Yes, we have you there. So please be aware that you have 5 minutes to speak, and the clerk will let you know when you have a minute remaining.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, this statement has been reviewed and approved by the steering group of the Torquay Neighbourhood Forum. The Forum supports this application. We have seen the wheel at this location for a number of seasons now, and we believe it makes a positive contribution to the tourist offering and is a benefit to the local economy. It is a much-needed family tourist attraction in Torbay. It must be financially viable and used by many tourists and locals each year for the wheel owners to wish to return and operate the wheel in Torquay. Do we have any alternative tourist attractions which are offering a suitable family tourist attraction for visitors on the seafront? The Forum considers it essential to be able to offer some tourist attractions within Torquay, as we have fewer than before now with the loss of living coasts. It could be argued that it should not be allowed, as Princess Gardens is designated as a green space. However, this concern is mitigated by it being a seasonal, temporary structure, and that the gardens are restored to their normal state at the end of the season. This restoration must be included as a planning condition to ensure that the effects of the temporary artificial grass and the kiosks are properly addressed. Policy TE2, local green spaces, does allow support for facilities that can provide for public recreation, and the wheel can fulfil some of the aspirations in the neighbourhood plan relating to parks, woodlands and green spaces. Improve facilities that support recreation, increase numbers of sustainable events and entertainment where this does not adversely affect the quality of life of the surrounding community, and promote green spaces as drivers for economic activity while protecting them. The Forum acknowledges the objections that have been raised regarding the appearance of the wheel in the conservation area. Design is always subjective, and we consider that the wheel does not detract from its neighbours, such as the modern Princess Theatre. Arguably, when the pavilion was built, it was intended as a recreation and tourist facility, and thus the wheel would complement the pavilion. Having seen the wheel in this location, the Forum does not find it objectionable and can see no reason not to continue with its temporary seasonal use. When you consider the current dilapidated, run-down state of the pavilion, boarded up for many years, and closed to the public, as well as the theatre building and outside storage containers in this vicinity, then arguably the current temporary licence for the wheel is a good tourist distraction for the time being. If the pavilion was returned to its former glory, open to the public, and offering a new tourist attraction or cafe, restaurant, bar or entertainment facility, you could make an argument for perhaps relocating the wheel to another location. The suggested £30,000 payment contribution from the wheel owners could certainly be used at this time to enhance the area this year. The Forum asks that you reverse the officer's recommendation and approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hooder. I now call on Councillor Jackie Thomas to address the meeting. Please be aware that you have 5 minutes to speak, and the clerk will let you know when you have a minute remaining.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to address this evening's Planning Committee. I am the Cabinet Member for Culture, Events and Tourism, so I am here to represent the tourist and business sector in Torbay. So I am fully supportive of the English Riviera Wheel coming back to Torbay for this up and coming season. I believe that the recommendation made by the officers is the wrong one on this occasion. The English Riviera Wheel has been an iconic and very popular international visitor attraction for a number of years. The photographs of this attraction is shared across social media channels worldwide. The image is used in all destination marketing. Telling the Torbay story through the commentary on board the English Riviera Wheel has become part of the Riviera brand. A brand worth 500 million to the Torbay economy. If we are to keep our place as one of the UK's premier resorts, we have to ensure that we continue to deliver what our 4 million visitors have come to expect. A great choice of places to stay and things to do, including world-class attractions such as the English Riviera Wheel, are vitally important if we are to compete effectively with other leading UK destinations. We are passionate about the need for everyone to now be focusing on the successful delivery of the Destination Management Plan. It is imperative that we now work together to rebalance and grow back our visitor economy post-COVID in order to protect our local jobs. With so much at stake, we want to see the English Riviera Wheel return for not only the 2024 summer season, but for many years to come, and for attractions like this to be welcomed. Even our MP states that we only need to look at the London Eye observation wheel, which was only temporary for the celebration of the millennium. It's still there 24 years later. It could not be any closer to our country's most historical and heritage buildings, but clearly has a massive tourism value. The English Riviera Wheel is only here for the season and will be removed for Remembrance Sunday, so will not affect this poignant day. Please can I ask the committee here this evening to do the right thing for Torbay and support the English Riviera Wheel. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thomas. I now call on Councillor Chris Lewis to address the meeting. Please be aware that you have 5 minutes to speak, and the clerk will let you know when you have a minute remaining.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Chairman, and thank you to Councillor Thomas and Dr. Horder for their fine words. I will be brief because I think they've gone through it in detail. My name is Councillor Chris Lewis. I'm the portfolio holder for Place Development and Economic Growth. And I think sometimes, Madam Chairman, planning is about common sense. And common sense, I think, with this application should prevail. We've only got to have a look around the UK and see how many destinations actually have a wheel now. And I pinpoint just a few: Scarborough, Plymouth, York, Blackpool, Birmingham. We heard about the London Eye, which was controversial when it was there. It's now a great success. And why are they great successes? They're successes because it's good for the locals, for businesses, and for visitors. And above all, it helps the economy. And Torbay is desperate for help in the economy. We have over 1 million people who live in Devon, Plymouth, and Torbay. How many of those actually come to Torbay for a day out to go on the wheel? They come here, they help the restaurants, they help the bars, the kiosks. It really does help the economy. And we've all heard and probably watched the Wheel of Fortune. Well, this is the Wheel of Torbay, and I hope today you're going to support this and make sure that the wheel returns year after year. Thank you very much indeed, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Lewis. I now call on Councillor David Thomas, please, to address the meeting. Please be aware that you have 5 minutes to speak, and the clerk will let you know when you have a minute remaining.
Thank you indeed, Madam Chair. And I just want to use my 5 minutes to kind of just look at some of the facts of where we actually are. So we already know that our tourism is vitally important to Torbay. £500 million turnover per annum. We know that the wheel has been into Torbay for 12 years, each time on a temporary planning permission agreement, but it has been for that period of a single season. We also know that there is the issue of the listed gardens at Princess Gardens and the Royal Terrace Gardens. Together, there is an impact also on the Torquay Harbour conservation, but these are not new. These have been the same issues for the last 12 years. The officers, and ultimately this evening the committee, have always had to balance, on that one hand, the potential impact to the Grade 2 listed pavilion and registered park and gardens, and on the other hand, that positive impact to the bay's economy. And tonight, that balance decision is no different than it has been every year for the last 12 years. But what is different, and this really does surprise me, in previous years, the officer's recommendation has been to come down in favour of the economy, with the impact on the economy being able to demonstrate less than substantial harm on the listed gardens in particular. I actually looked back at last year's report, Madam Chair, and I've got a copy of it here. I just picked out a few sentences from last year's report, and the wording was, in conclusion, the sighting of the wheel is considered to be less than substantial harm. It is short-term. It is temporary in nature. Material considerations should ensure that the benefits outweigh that harm. It then goes on to talk about £20,000 mitigation. This project this year is a £30,000 mitigation. In my opinion, this application, it is of course on that balance, and it is about the impact of the temporary, and I do stress that, the temporary sighting of the wheel against any potential harm on the listed gardens. And after 12 successful years of allowing the wheel with that temporary permission, and this year with a 50% larger payment towards mitigation, but unfortunately this year, and I cannot understand the logic, there is a recommendation of refusal based on significant harm to the heritage. I mean, I could talk about 3 or 4 other examples that we've been in a similar situation recently, but tonight is not the time. I do really implore the committee to actually, on this occasion, to reverse the officer recommendation. I really see this as a win-win. It's a win for our tourism industry to get this across the line, and the thousands of people who will not only use the facilities, but those thousands of photographs on social media that will really help to promote our fantastic bay. But it's also a win for our heritage, because it's another 30, thank you. It's another £30,000 injection, cash injection, to provide enhancement of a heritage asset. So in my last 20 seconds, I urge the committee to set aside this evening's officer recommendation, do the right thing for tourism and heritage together, and approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thomas. Finally, I'm going to call Mr. John Pope, who joins this meeting virtually, to address the meeting in support of this application. Can we do the technological magic to make him appear on our screens, please? Thank you. Mr. Pope.
Good evening, can you hear me?
Hello. Please, could you be aware you have 5 minutes to speak, and you'll be advised by the clerk when you have a minute remaining.
Okay, thank you. Are you ready for me to start?
Please just go ahead. Lovely.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members, or good evening, members, and thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of this planning application, which requests temporary permission for the summer season for the siting of the observation wheel in the Princess Gardens. The wheel has been a seasonal, iconic feature of the Torbay seafront for several years and has acted as a magnet for drawing in tourism, investment and local spending. Visitors using the wheel have been enjoying a panoramic, unique view over the town and have been capturing inspirational photographs of the townscape and seafront. Before discussing the one-year scheme before you, I would like to go back and rehearse with you the impressive achievements that have been made in the Princess Gardens, that in conjunction with the Council and Swissco, the wheel in previous years has made possible and contributed towards. Just short of £130,000 has been secured as conservation gain payments as part of earlier permissions for the siting of the wheel, which has been allocated to and directly funded the restoration and repair of the Lister water fountain. We are advised that this is the only working water fountain of its kind in the UK, and the wheel has funded the repair works. £40,000 has been secured from planning permissions for the wheel in the last 2 years, and these funds will be used specifically for the restoration and repair works to the listed war memorial. By way of further background, previously in 2017, the Council commissioned a master plan report for the Princess Gardens, which was produced by LHC. This report set out both early priorities and long-term aspirations. In conjunction with the Council and Swissco, a master plan update report has been prepared by LHC again and supported as part of this planning application. If you were to look at that document, Scott provided some screenshots of it previously. There's a list of delivered projects on page 7 and next objectives in the report going further on the next page. Funds secured from the wheel for the last 2 years are in place to restore the war memorial. Listed as the second next objective are improvements to the footpath network within the gardens. Photographs showing the current condition of the paths and paved areas are shown within the report, and Scott showed photographs of those earlier. It is recommended within the latest master plan report that over 2,700 square metres of footpaths in the garden are resurfaced and curbstones repaired as pavement improvement work 1. It has been estimated that this work will cost in the region of £90,000. As a result of negotiations with the Council's Estates Department and as part of the conservation game package offered, £30,000 from siting the wheel for this season's conveyance will be paid to the Council and earmarked specifically towards the footpath resurfacing works. future years could deliver the remainder of the £90,000 figure and potentially more towards further improvement works. This is at the top end of the figure previously paid as conservation gain for the last few years. £30,000 figure will be secured by a unilateral undertaking legal agreement, a draft of which is with the Council. It is our view that significant weight should be apportioned to the public benefits arising from the conservation gain package that these development proposals would deliver as mitigation and would counterbalance any suggested disbenefits. For the reasons set out in the application, we urge you to vote in support of this application and allow the wheel to return to the turn for the 2024 season. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pope. And that concludes representations from our registered speakers. I'd like to thank you all for speaking here this afternoon and assure you that your statements have been heard. And now it's, I did want to just ask a question ahead of the committee members, if you don't mind, because Councillor David Thomas, I think, mentioned that the level of risk was substantial. Did I mishear him? I just wonder if you get some clarity on. It's less than substantial risk and at the high end. Just, I think you may have said something different. Thank you very much. It's now time for the committee members to ask their questions. And please remember that you should not address matters already contained in the officer's presentation. So, Councillor Brooke.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think the first thing I want to say is thank you to the officers for the work you've done and the report you've provided. And I wanted to put it on record that there has been harsh statements on social media that, in my opinion, if they read the report, maybe would have understood that it's not a council decision, this is a recommendation, and then it's down to the committee to decide. So I wanted that on record, really. To me, I'm a simple bloke on certain things, and it's a bit, to me, like on a seesaw here, as you have in the playgrounds. My son sent me a picture recently, and it was him at the bottom, and on the other end was my daughter-in-law, my granddaughter, and he says, I'm being outdone by, I'm outdoing 3 people, and you may ask, what the heck is the third? So my grandson is due in 2 weeks' time. And my questioning really is going to be along the lines of maybe we've overdone the negative and we've underdone the positive, and I want to so explore some of those issues, if I may, Chair. On the negative side, Scott, one of the comments that was on page 56 and then on to page 57, and I'll read, there is also some appreciation of the longer-term impact of successive consents, and with this in mind, the development would ultimately cause a degree of harm we would classify as high level of less than substantial. So that successive, in your opinion, has caused the high. If that bit wasn't there, what would it be? Would it have remained at the previous years and not high? It would have been lower. That's the first question I've got. Would that be fair?
Thank you very much for those comments. That's really useful because it is a challenging position we've all find ourselves in, and I'd just like to say thank you for mentioning about the social media posts, which, you know, officers have shown integrity and professionalism to come to this conclusion. It's very clear in the report, I think, but we have our principal historic environment officer here, so I think it's best to those questions to be posed to him. Thank you.
Thank you. For your first question, I think it's worth setting out some context as to what the harm is and the balance.
It was specifically the comment made that because of the opinion that successive consents had caused some harm, that it was mindful to put the category to high rather than, so I'm trying to ask, if it didn't have successive, what would the category have been first?
Of course, yeah. So if we think about how long the wheel has been there, harm has always been identified, and that's been outlined in the master plan from 2017, which is the whole reason for the master plan being. And that level of harm has remained relatively constant from that first day. My response to the case officer outlines the various heritage assets that is believed to cause harm to. The case officer report goes into detail as well in regards to those elements of harm. Now, in relation specifically to successive harm, guidance states that when you have a temporary permission, you have that in 1 year, you have a base level of harm. Now, as those years increase, and more receptors, so the more amount of people who experience or don't experience the gardens in the way they should have been experienced in regards to the wheel not being there or something else, or another form of development. Those amount of receptors, the amount of people that development affects increases year on year for the longer that it's there on site, which is the whole reason why it's temporary. So a 4-year temporary permission has a higher level than harm for that reason than 1 year. So when we look at the successive years that have gone on, we've now got 12 years of continuous temporary permissions, and Historic England have raised this as an issue as well, that where does temporary become near permanent? Where does near permanent then become permanent? If you're assessing a 10-year scheme for the wheel for the next 10 years, the conclusion you would have to come to from looking at the guidance and past practice is that level of harm would be higher and higher and higher. So when we assess this, yes, we have to assess it on the basis of a temporary 1 year, but we have to think about all the previous years that have come in, and that incremental level of harm raises it to what it's been assessed to be today as part of this application. And if it comes back in year on year on year, that level of harm arguably would go up and up and up and up. So that's where you have that seesaw analogy. Your harm is getting heavier and heavier and heavier. So you have to balance that with your public benefit and your heritage benefit as well.
Thank you. So that moves me to my next question, because I've been trying to actually feel or quantify or qualify what we mean by harm. And the only two adjectives, or what I can find, that give me some feel of what harm is, was the Historic England who said it's alien and bold. Well, it is alien to a war memorial, I get that. But they quantify it in less enjoyment. Although I was interested to see that the Historic England, they actually weren't against the wheel. They seemed to be okay with the wheel standing. It was the auxiliary, from what I read in the report. But the second one was, your report said about the tranquility. So I've struggled on that, and I want to ask a question. You see, I've read the master plan, and I've read I read the Devon Gardens Trust one as well, which gave the whole history from when it became the Princess Gardens after Princess Louise, At that stage, it was a paid garden to go in. You know, they had a brick wall, it was paid, people went in. It was double cost at some time, and it was free for a few hours on a Sunday, and they had coppers there. I don't know why they needed coppers, but so the pavilion was a ground which had tennis courts and such like. Then the War Memorial came in 1920, but the park was still being used for fireworks, for displays, for lantern shows, and then it progresses, and we had then changed with the theatre came into being, and so the park as its life seems to have evolved. And I'm concerned that we are imprinting something on the park that was never there. So the tranquility, when my father served in active forces, colleagues of his died. So war memorials are very important to me. We honour them. But we have a time when we do that in the bay, and that's, you know, in November. We don't use the park. The park was never meant to be in my opinion, a memorial to the dead. So this tranquility, they're the only two, tranquility and loss of enjoyment for somebody. They seem to be the only things that I can quantify an effect on the listed, the memorial. So how much weight are we actually doing in the assessment on the qualifying what you mean by harm? Is because it seems to be very subjective. So that's my second question.
Thank you. I think it is probably easiest to just quote from the Historic England response with regards to what is it causing the harm. So they're saying the scale, massing, design, movement and lighting of the wheel would create an obtrusive feature in the historic landscape and dominate views from the municipal gardens, eroding their character. So they're essentially saying the wheel, the way it looks, the size of it and its functionality is wholly at odds with the character of that registered park and garden. And this is the body who would have registered it back in the 80s. So when considering that looks at the registered park and garden in isolation, we have a number of overlapping heritage assets that this affects. The conservation area, we've got a legal obligation to preserve or enhance. So does a modern structure like that and the way it functions and everything that Historic England have just, the terminology they've just used, does that preserve or enhance the conservation area? Officer assessment is that it doesn't. You've got the war memorial, as you rightly mentioned, and that sense of reflection, tranquility that you associate with war memorials. In the summer period when the wheel's there and in use, that is evidently going to have an impact on someone wanting to experience that war memorial. Granted, you know, there are other times of the year that the wheel wouldn't be there and you could still experience that, but the receptors that come to the gardens in the busiest period, arguably during the summer, that would impact on their experience of that war memorial and the tranquility that they could have with that. And then you have the other listed buildings as well, and a similar kind of impact on setting. So it's that kind of incongruous alien feature, that large moving structure that impacts and draws attention away from the heritage assets and impacts on your experience. And a similar kind of assessment where people have assessed windmills and their impact. It's not just the structure itself and the way it looks, it's also the movement. So the movement of the blades of, I said windmill, I meant wind turbine, sorry, draws the eye and assesses, impacts the way you assess and experience heritage assets. So all of those combined on this particular site, the wheel, has a degree of overlapping harm, which added together with that incremental harm that we mentioned earlier, has brought us to the conclusion that we've reached today.
Thank you. Just two more questions. I want to go on to the positive sides or lack of positive, depending on how you look at it. So we've used the wheel via the master plan to, number one, first of all, restore the fountain. Number two, I wouldn't say restore the war memorial, but to improve the war memorial. The next line, and it was a plan for the master plan to get the park out of a register, was then to deal with the pathways. And I've noticed that the comment is, but that's minor now. The biggies have been done. My challenge on that is, as said, when we saw the graphic, they might not be as important, the pathways, in the sense of...
Councillor Brooke, can we ask the questions and leave the debate until next...
The area is 2,700 square metres, so that's not minor in the park. it might be minor in somebody's thoughts. It's not as important as the war memorial. So my question is, how are you quantifying minor other than it's a listing? What's your deem? Because 30,000, and it sounded like the operator would be happy to do more than 1 year. So if they did 3, we've got that whole pathway completed and done as well, which is fantastic for the park and a heritage basis benefit. Thank you.
So the easiest way to put it is not the financial figure, but the value per pound you get, so the amount of benefit you get for that financial figure. So in the past, you have delivered those big projects, those big ticket items, the war memorial, the fountain, which have given a large degree of heritage benefit, which has allowed the officer recommendation to be comfortable and recommending approval. That balance has always been finely tipped like this. And that's just the big ticket items getting the financial contribution to deliver those heritage benefits has meant you could recommend approval. As the master plan has shown, we've got almost a hierarchy of projects that goes down. Your value for pound goes down. The fountain's been done. We've heard how significant that fountain is. Probably one of the top projects. The war memorial is in the process of being done. As you go further down in the path towards that lower end of the hierarchy, your value per pound goes down. Therefore, the amount of benefit you can bring goes down as well to outweigh that harm, which we mentioned earlier, has actually gone up. So in the past, where it's been finely balanced and tipped like this, and you've got recommendation for approval, because of the position of that project within that hierarchy in that master plan, your value per pound is lower. It hasn't reached that point where you can recommend approval. And that's essentially the reason why it's recommended for refusal, because the heritage benefit is not enough value per pound to deliver the same benefits that you were delivering last year, the year before, and before that. So hopefully explains some of the context for that.
Yeah, I think so, but then this is all about the harm and is whether that's been over-egged, and the positive where they've been under-egged. And so the final area really, on the economic benefit, we've heard Councillor Thomas, Councillor Lewis and Councillor Thomas again talking about the economic benefits. First of all, one question is, whilst we've had expert advice from Historic England, for example, who were our expert advisors on the economic benefits or not of the wheel? That's first question in this subject.
Yes, so there isn't any expert third-party advice on the economic benefits of the wheel, and principally they're probably quite hard to quantify. It's probably quite nuanced in terms of so you've got the obvious ones around job creation within the ancillary development itself and the wheel. Beyond that, the tourism, broader tourism benefits or harm. It's more sort of nuanced in terms of whether you might have some in the positive or you might have some in the negative in terms of experience in the park, whether you see the wheel as a positive or potentially affecting your experience of it. So it's probably the overall impact of the wheel, tourism, economic-wise, is probably quite hard to determine.
Okay, but we had no expert commentary on that, so the balance of the public benefit hasn't had an expert opinion on it. Just as a side, I did a cursory look. There's a YouTube advert for 77,000 views. It's on Daily Mail, Staffordshire Live, Visit Devon, Devon's top attractions, Britain all over, Wales Online, TLH, Beverley Holidays, ER Bids, Somerset Live. It's become now an iconic item for advertising from local, regional, national and international. So the change, as we've had it for 11 years, 12 years, it's become more and more, it is now an iconic so therefore the economic side of it, I think, needs to be more involved with this to give a better balance. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brooke. Councillor Pentney and then Councillor Darling next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to do with a cumulative harm, which seems to be at the centre of the recommendation here. I have the dubious pleasure of being able to say I'm the longest serving continuous member of this committee since 2016, and as such I've seen his application come year in, year out, and always with a recommendation for approval, though the heritage harm has been recognised each time. But that heritage harm was successfully offset by mitigation methods and then the greater benefit. So if effectively year in, year out, you have no residual harm because they've always been successfully offset. So my question is, where has the harm accumulated? How do you measure what that harm is? Why does it kick in at 12 years and not 9 years? That's my question. I mean, you know, if we've been offsetting it successfully, as we've heard all these years, where is that harm built up? And secondly, if the harm accumulating was going to be an issue down the road, why are we only hearing it this year? I don't recall hearing about increasing cumulative harm of the heritage assets. We heard the same risk of heritage harm each time, which was primarily in relation to the proximity to the nearby heritage assets. So I just really need to know where is that heritage harm accumulating, and what is your measure of it?
So the heritage harm, hopefully, as I explained earlier, has gone up year on year in regards to the amount of receptors who experience the gardens and therefore have their experience affected by that. But I think the main issue of why now is essentially we're getting to the point where we're struggling to reach the same level of heritage benefit through the mitigation, on-site mitigation works that we were achieving in the past, because we're lower down the hierarchy of projects. So our value for pound that we can deliver a heritage benefit is lower. So although the level of harm has gone up a small amount year on year, we're not able, or our professional advice is that we're not able to reach the mitigation levels required in order to outweigh that harm due to the value of pound that you can deliver on site now. So we're kind of, the wheel has done an awful lot of good work with regards to the fountain and the memorial, but the well is running dry a little bit and we're going down and down. So that's the reason why now we haven't quite reached that tipping point where we can be comfortable in recommending approval.
And as a second point to that, I think we're at a critical time. You know, we've seen the council's heritage strategy adopted. We've seen Rob Palmer putting his new post in Principal Historic Environment Officer. We've seen the Torbay story focused around heritage and regeneration, those transformational projects. A lot of those have heritage at their heart. The Stranraer Bit Round recognises heritage. The Debenham scheme, the various other schemes that are coming forward, all have heritage at heart because it's recognised corporately that heritage is at the core of what we do now. And I think we've built an enormous amount of trust with Historic England, and we've reached a point where I think we've put a really nuanced, balanced argument together. We've just tipped that point that Rob's making there, and we talk about balance all the time. There's a huge amount of weight here, a huge amount of body of evidence that we can be trusted with our decisions. As officers, we've got that integrity to say when there's an issue, and it's just tipped over to that issue now around mitigation. I think we've communicated that really clearly through the report and through Rob's comments. So I can see that there's other questions to come, but I think just making that point that it's that balance, we're fully aware of the iconic value of the wheel, but we've just tipped into a recommendation of refusal based on all these professional comments we've had. So I hope that's helpful as background.
I think it's fairly clear that the heritage route you've taken to get here, which is really consistent. Councillor Darling.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a few questions, please. So the size of the wheel this year, it's slightly smaller than last year, is that right? Smaller than last year, but bigger than in previous years, is that right?
So it's bigger than last year.
it's 45 this year, isn't it? 50 last year, or am I?
Yeah. So historically there has been a 50. So last year, I think the last couple of years, there's been a 33-metre wheel. Before that, there was a 5-year permission for a 50-metre observation wheel. So
it's slightly bigger this year.
Yeah.
Okay. The Princess Theatre, obviously it's right next to them. They haven't lodged any formal complaints or formal objections, have they? No. Okay. Historic England, they've obviously made their decision, and you talked about tranquility. How do Historic England make that? Do they actually come down and visit the gardens, or is it done on Google Maps or something like that? Because I'm just wondering, if they'd have come down, they may not think it's as tranquil as maybe, because it's sandwiched between a busy main road with buses and things and a working marina. So there are other places that are far more tranquil, you know, in our heritage gardens than that particular area. So I myself wouldn't call that the most tranquil area. So do they actually come down and visit?
So this recommendation these recommendations never done in isolation. They're done with an effective dialogue with all the parties that are involved, including applicant, agent, Historic England. And Historic England visit Torbay, Torquay regularly, so they have a full understanding of the site. I don't know whether any other officers have anything to add on that, but yes, they fully appreciate the implications. And it's been an ongoing issue, hasn't it? So there's been a consistency with the officers from Historic England that visit and understand the issues really well.
And my final one then, so the situation of the wheel when it's removed at the end of the season, how long does it take, would you estimate it takes for the ground to be put back to how it was before?
So in terms of the historic permissions, there's always been a condition, obviously, for a certain date for the wheel to leave the site, and then also for through agreed measures to have the site relayed to an acceptable surface treatment prior to, obviously, the Remembrance Day. So so there's always been a sort of a condition tied around removal and reinstatement in a timely manner.
And has there ever been any permanent damage left?
Not that I've been directly made aware of.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Darling. Councillor Billings, followed by Councillor Verdi.
Thank you, Chair. Officers, I'd endorse the comments that one of my colleagues have made before I asked a question. I think some of the criticism we've received on social media is totally unfair. As officers, within my portfolio, when I was sharing the role that Councillor Thomas did, Mr. Blackwell, you were of assistance when we dealt with the Arts Council, Historic England, and the National Lottery Heritage Fund. So it's very clear that we've got to have a very solid basis of protection within the council for these assets. But I want to, notwithstanding that support for understanding where you're coming from, could you talk to me about exactly the level of protection that we give these assets? Are they in relation to their grading and how important they are amongst that whole grading system, and how many other similar assets we have that have a similar level of protection? Is this the only asset that's like this in Torbay, or do we have a number of them, please? Thank you.
It's one of the only assets that has so many overlapping heritage assets in a small area, and one of the most iconic areas in Torquay, at least. We've got circa 850 listed buildings. Not too many registered parking gardens. In fact, there's only probably about just over 1,000 nationwide in England for parks and gardens. But I think it's the significance of them as a group, having conservation area, registered parking garden, and a number of listed buildings on that site in close proximity to each other, and having a demonstrable relationship with one another that really adds to their kind of group value as well.
And how have we assessed the benefit of this proposal in terms of encouraging people to visit and enjoy that area? Because I'm assuming the whole purpose of this will be to increase footfall for the operator. That seems to be behind the economic benefit argument. How have we balanced that? Could you turn to me in the report where we've balanced that, please?
Yeah, so as previously mentioned, the economic benefits of the wheel are quite hard to tie down. There's nothing specific in terms of the submission package on that. So, like you say, you're trying to balance the experience of people using that area and the promenade more generally.
Don't think I expressed my question correctly. I'm not so interested in the economic benefit to the economy more widely. I'm interested in the heritage benefit from people enjoying that specific heritage asset by having been drawn to its location by this wheel. If I'm holidaying in one of our fantastic holiday parks and I'm going to experience that asset because of this wheel, that I presume is a benefit. Is it not?
I think it's very difficult to quantify that, of the people who have been drawn specific to the gardens by the wheel alone, other than doing some kind of qualitative data or survey of visitors to the area. I don't know how we would get that information. I do know that the ultimate aim of our adopted heritage strategy is to get the registered park and garden, which is on the at-risk register, to get it off. And then for it in itself to be a tourist attraction, which would bring a plethora of both heritage and economic and tourism benefits as well. And the way to do that is to enhance its condition, which has been done in the past 12 years. But one of the major barriers now that Historic England have commented on for it coming off the register is actually the wheel itself. So if you're looking at things in kind of a wider context, getting it off the register and getting it to kind of its former glory is what ultimately we want to aim for.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Billings. Just one second, Councillor Verdi now.
I think Councillor Fox was first.
No, he wasn't. Councillor Fox is next.
Go on, Russ. Yeah, it was just going back to, thank you, Chair, Rob Palmer's mitigation and the harm it's causing and the value of the pound going down and not contributing as much. Can you not ask them to actually pay more so it does give you that value above that falling pound?
Yeah, so there were some discussions through the course of the application in terms of concerns around the level of conservation gain that the sum proposed would achieve. As mentioned, it's to do with conservation outcomes rather than the actual amount of money. So the initial proposal was for £26,000, and obviously that was up to £30,000. But obviously, ultimately, considering you say the bang per buck in terms of what conservation benefit you get for that, it obviously wasn't considered an acceptable amount, and that's obviously what we've achieved in terms of presenting this now to committee.
Okay, I get that. So you've managed to measure that, but you didn't manage to measure the economic benefit to Torbay and Torquay as a whole. Did you not consult on those figures from the representations from the floor? I've heard figures up to £500 million into the economy here. I don't know how true that is.
Yeah, so no, there's been no third-party input in terms of the economic benefits of it.
Thank you. Councillor Fox and then Councillor Torchard.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I mean, I find myself in agreement with all the speakers. Mr. Blackmore did mention all. I think he said, and I may be wrong on this, I think you said all the parties have been consulted. But I suppose my question is, why is this report so one-sided? I think there's just one paragraph, as far as I can see, about the economy. There's no views from the Chamber of Trade, no views from the Council's tourism officer, no views from any of the hotels or the Princess Theatre or other people who would stand to benefit by association. So that's really my question. Why is there a silence, an economic silence in the report?
Because officers fully understand what the benefits are, the wider placemaking benefits. And as I said, it's a part of that wider package of placemaking, the appreciation of praise. But the dialogue reached a point, bearing in mind the application was submitted in February for the use that want to start in March. There was limited time, wanted to get this application determined swiftly. Very recently we got to the point where we couldn't increase that mitigation level. We couldn't find a solution, so it tipped that balance towards this recommendation before you. So all the stakeholders and all the statutory consultees were consulted as per every other year, and we've got a response, and this is the position we find ourselves in. So I hope that's clear. So no, there was no wider economic consultation, because we appreciate the value of place and the value of how we use places in Torbay linked to wider regeneration.
Thank you. Councillor Tolchard.
Thank you, Chair. I was actually on the Planning Committee all those years ago when this first came to us, and it's fair to say there was quite a bit of hoo-ha at the time. And as far as I recall, I'm sure my colleagues might back me up, that other sites were looked at and brought into the equation, but none were found actually suitable. What worries me, I think, is that we are now sort of 2 days from the beginning of May. It's very late on now to decide that we're not going to have the wheel. I understand there have been issues and perhaps the application was brought a little late. And I also absolutely appreciate our real focus now on heritage and all the work that you have done, and we've now got a dedicated officer dealing with these issues. I think you said, or one of you said, that it's now just tipped into the realms of significant high harm. I think my point and question is, by approving it for this year, how much more harm will accumulate? It's difficult to measure, I'm sure, but I am concerned about now the timetabling of it, and people are expecting, rightly or wrongly, for that attraction to come back, and I expect some people have planned for it. So it's just sort of having reassurance and how we got to this at this juncture, really. Thank you.
Just to come back on the level of harm, so let's just say for argument's sake it was approved and it came back next year, then that level of harm would have gone slightly up, because it'd be another season, another round of receptors who've experienced that. So year on year that would continue going up.
Thank you. Just as a general point, when we're asking questions, can we try and be as non-discursive as possible, because we'll get that chance later in the debate. And I've just got a quick question myself. Just a definition, please. The harm is viewed as high within less than substantial. Within that less than substantial group, how many sub-classification, or how do you calibrate it?
So there's no set subcategories, it's a spectrum.
Thank you. Councillor Brooke.
Yeah, just finally, I read that initially there was going to be a 5-year, then it's now 1 year. I then listened to the applicant and talking about it's happy to be a number of years. How have we got just one? Where there was a discussion for longer, and therefore we can cover the 90 grand through a longer period. Thank you.
I think ultimately, obviously, the applicant determined that a one-year permission was the most appropriate one for them. I think that was possibly informed by, exploring the concerns that, as we talked about, the big-ticket items, the greater elements that secured the conservation gain had been funded, and beyond that, there was some uncertainty. So I think, obviously, a shorter permission presents more clarity on the harm they're presenting and the mitigation they would propose to offset that, rather than a longer term one.
Councillor Billings.
Thank you, Chair. Quick question. We talk about the gardens being a heritage asset. What actually in them is the heritage asset? Forgive me, it's not the plants, they're relatively recent. I'm sure the layout's changed over time, or you may tell me differently. What actually is it in these gardens that's heritage that we're valuing, please?
So it's not the same level of protection that you'd get in a listed building where the physical fabric itself is protected in that way. But it's the area. So it's the area as a garden, as it was, it's historic, and it's a landscape value. So the layout has changed over time. But if you go to the entry into the Registered Park and Gardens entry into that explains a lot of the history in regards to it and gives the reasoning behind it. But headlines is historic and landscape, and sometimes architectural as well, in interest, which all leads to it being designated.
So therefore, Chair, if I may, so when there's damage to it, physical damage, that physical damage isn't a heritage asset in the normal sense, like it's a listed building, because that asset is the physical characteristics, the physical part of it isn't the heritage that we're protecting, it's the garden itself. Was there? Could you expand on that and just confirm whether my understanding is correct?
So if you were to lose a plant bed, it wouldn't be in the same magnitude as you were if you were to lose historic fabric, which by itself is irreplaceable. So there's a degree of flexibility, and that is transient in regards to the actual material within the garden itself. But if you had wholesale removal of a section of the garden and just bare earth, then that would reach a point where that was having a demonstrable impact. So hopefully that explains the difference between the two.
Thank you, Chair.
Could I ask, is there a monetary value that you can put to the damage that's being caused, the harm that's being caused, the physical harm that has been caused over 12 years?
With regards to physical degradation of the ground beneath the wheel,
my question is designed to lead into the idea that that the actual harm is compensated by the payment successfully. So I'm trying to just establish how you judge that. I assume, the harm is vegetal, but do we even know? How can we assess the harm if we don't know what the metrics are?
So I may have misunderstood this a little bit, but I think there's kind of two strands. So you've got the heritage harm. If you want to, it's difficult to attribute a financial figure to that. It's more heritage benefit, but the actual physical damage to the grass would be, I don't think we have that figure. It would be probably a Swissco conversation to have. Yeah.
Anyone with any questions? Thank you. Councillor Darling.
Sorry, just to come in on that then. So the physical harm to the grass, but then once the wheel is gone, that physical harm is repaired, and you've advised me that there is no permanent damage. So I'm struggling to understand this bit, I'm afraid.
So I said the harm is beyond the physical harm. It's obviously the harm to the experience of the registered park and also to the setting of the listed buildings that are adjacent, and obviously the conservation area as well. So there's various strands to the harm. It's not just, you say, the physical elements of the registered park and garden.
Councillor Birdie.
So would you say the harm is more aesthetic than physical?
the physical element of harm is a very, very minor element to the overall harm. So it's the impact that the development would have on the heritage values of the space and the surrounding heritage assets is the level of harm, not so much per se the actual loss of of the grassland, of the location of the wheel.
So it's like pouring a bull in a china shop then? And the harm is aesthetic, really. That's how I understand your answer.
The visual appearance of the development is one of the elements of harm, yes.
Could I read two small passages to you and ask why they might not apply in this case? First one is a bit of case law, Palmer versus Herefordshire, 2016, which suggests that where proposed development would affect a listed building or its settings in different ways, some positive and some negative, the decision maker may legitimately conclude that although each of the effects has an impact, taken together there is no adverse effect on the listed building or the setting. So that's the first one. And then just quoting NPPF 202, where a development proposal will lead to less than substantial harm to the significance of a designated heritage asset, this harm should be weighed against the public benefits of this proposal, including where appropriate, securing its optimum viable use. I just wonder if both of those, what they kick up.
Yeah, the second paragraph is very critical, so that's the balancing exercise that we've been discussing. The first paragraph, I would just add that's no relation to me in regards to that case law. Palmer versus Herefordshire is not me involved with that. So that is looking at where there's both benefits and harm caused to a heritage asset. That's essentially the balancing exercise again, with the conclusion that I think we've had quite similar ones in similar applications before, where you have positive enhancements to a listed building, for an example, and a number of negative ones. And overall, when you take everything together, the overall net result is one of a positive one. So it's more, and that would result in not harm, but actually an enhancement or at least a neutral impact. So that relates to, again, a kind of balancing exercise. So I wouldn't say it was directly relevant to this particular case, but it does allude to the balancing exercise that you have to do with heritage assets in general.
Are there any more questions, perhaps, in exploration of harm? No? Shall we move through to, Councillor Pentney.
It was a hand up for debate.
Councillor Pentney.
That was for debate, but to be fair, Councillor Billings' hand was quick on the draw there, so happy to.
So we're going to debate. And Councillor Billings, followed by Councillor Pentney.
Thanks, Chair. Members, my understanding of the way it's been expressed by our officers, and I would really observe how speedily that they've dealt with this application in relation to what one of the other points was. We received it on the 23rd of February, and it's the 29th of April. So I think in terms of the speed that we've pushed it through this planning system, it's really impressive. But the bit that really I focus on is we're balancing what I understand to be a high degree of less than substantial intangible harm. That's the way I understand it. Intangible. It's the best word I can give to the type of harm that we're discussing, which is effectively the character and experience of the registered park and garden, and also the setting of the Grade 2 listed buildings surrounding that. And we're effectively concluding that what's been put forward to us in terms of mitigation, whilst it might be a similar monetary value to mitigation that's been offered previously, the heritage benefit of that mitigation hasn't been sufficient to offset the impacts. But we're also hearing that there's a huge benefit in terms of tourism and the economy. And to me, I'm not persuaded that the report that we have before us balances those different factors in the way I balance them in my mind. For me, we're a seaside area which is hugely reliant on tourism for part of our economy, and it's a part of our economy that provides much needed jobs for people right across the socio-economic spectrum, and particularly those that need employment, who might not have had historical access to the best training opportunities. There are much needed tourism jobs. To me, the short term, because this is an application for a temporary installation of the wheel, the short term heritage harm, which I appreciate if we keep repeating this year in, year out, in aggregation, relates to a longer term harm. In my eyes, that's not, I don't find personally for me that level of harm is so great that it offsets what is very clearly, in my view, given the fact that, as Councillor Brooke alluded to, in lots and lots of images, the wheel is shown in the central picture of Torbay. If you look up a holiday destination Torbay, you put Torbay in, and in fact I actually shared with some of my colleagues on an article in a London newspaper talking brilliant things about our tourism area in Torbay, and it got this in the picture. And so to me, I don't think personally, I understand that we've got a job to do to ensure that we keep our people like the Arts Council, Historic England and the National Lottery Heritage Fund, understanding that we put a great deal of emphasis on protecting heritage. I'm not persuaded in this particular location, because that, in my view, there's such a demonstrable economic impact. We've got that balance correct. So for me, I'd like to actually, I'd be interested in what other members say, but I'd like to put forward a proposal for approval. And I'd be interested to see what other members think, because that's how I balance it. We don't have a second yet. Hopefully we can have more debate on this. But to me, that is how it would sit before me. But hopefully we don't have a seconder just yet, so we can share the debate.
It's Councillor Pentley, then Councillor Fox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The questioning session was really, really helpful and has progressed my understanding, but I still feel that in this case I can't go along with the officer's recommendation, because it strikes me, firstly, there is the heritage harm. It's not like we're talking about destroying an 18th century listed manor house. The physical harm is negligible and temporary, in terms of where it sits on the grass. And therefore the harm the cumulative harm that is said to have been inflicted seems to be a subjective judgment, albeit from a point of view of an expert, but nevertheless it is something that's subjective, and you can't take something subjective and then put it into a ledger with pounds and pence against it, because it's really hard for me, and me and Councillor Manny Darling are the local ward councillors, and all the years I've been a councillor, I've never had a single constituent come to me and saying anything that can be interpreted as them saying my enjoyment of the heritage, the rich heritage of that area has been harmed or negated by the installation of the wheel. Not once has that come up. And so I need to see proof of the harm. I get the theory of the harm. You stick a big wheel next to these very rich heritage assets. But in terms of who the harm is felt by, I've never seen any evidence of that. And therefore, because it is non-tangible perceived harm, you can't then do an equation saying X amount of money can offset that, because it's quantifiable against non-quantifiable. And that's before you even start talking about the kind of the tourism and the feel to it and that gut feeling. We had the word common sense used earlier by one of the speakers, and unlike the earlier application where we decided we had to defer to the expertise of highways on something that was specific and technical and requires professional expertise, this is a balance of subjective things, about the feel of things, about the economic value of it, and as such, we are very well qualified as councillors to be well informed in terms of how people view the wheel, what it means to Torquay, where it puts us on the map, and that as well. So, as such, I haven't been persuaded. I won't be supporting the officer recommendation of refusal on this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Fox and then Councillor Darling.
I will pay tribute to an excellent officer report, and I feel it's been well written in terms of the conservation side of the argument. I'm impressed. However, it's one of the few sites where I've actually had people coming up to me and expressing an upset, all in favour of the wheel. I've had the public come to me, and I'm sure I'm not the only one in this room that's been in that situation. I do find it difficult to accept that site is tranquil under any stretch of the imagination. And it's the hubbub, it's the hive of activity, a focal point for the whole of Torbay in many ways, around there in the harbour. And I feel that's part of its strength. And I feel that the wheel has become one of the iconic features, maybe along with the new bridge and the cliff steps and a few of the other things that have gone in recent years, which have all added to the value of that area. So I'm sorry if that's, as it were, going against officer recommendation, because I do respect you as officers, and I have read and listened carefully to what you've said. But I'm going to have to vote against you and in favour of the proposal.
Councillor Darling.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm afraid I'm going to have to do the same, unfortunately, but and I need to support the wheel. It's very important that we do have something for our families to come to, for our children, and it is a tourist attraction, and it's part of Torbay. But I also think there are other benefits as well, and I actually feel in myself that having the wheel there will actually benefit the gardens, because I think it'll bring more people down. I think it'll bring more people down to the wheel, and then they will actually walk and enjoy the gardens. And especially in the evenings when the wheel is lit up, you get people coming out, having a drink, and again, enjoying the gardens. So it's a win-win on that way. I do respect the heritage too, I do understand that, but I'm sorry, the wheel needs to come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Darling. I'm just very aware that we are past 8 o'clock now, and if we continue without some controls, we will run out of time. So if we can just keep our points succinct and to the point. I just want to make one quick one, which is about the degree of harm, which, as just repeat, is being placed at high within, less than substantial. But I think that there are elements that can mitigate that. First of all, according to the Conservation Area Appraisal and Management Plan, it's very, very clear that the potential threats to of harm to the heritage context and assets was there before there was a wheel, because so much had been adapted, so much had been changed. The original is long forgotten, and a lot of the elements within the area were placed, they're disparate, they didn't connect together in origin. So I think that there is an argument that mitigates really, which bit of the harm is uniquely due to the wheel. And I think that you might also think about the fact that it only occupies a small section, according to the report, of the Princess Gardens. You might consider that it's transitory. We've talked about that. And that when you're judging the harm, that generally you look at what can be harmful to the future years, and really that doesn't apply here because it is something which you take away every year. So that makes me think that high within, less than substantial is probably over-egging it. But even if it were the case, it is within less than substantial, and so that balancing process can happen. Who is next? Sorry, Councillor Brooke.
Yeah.
Sorry. Councillor Brooke first.
Yes, colleagues, I just wanted to add that... sorry, yeah, forget that. I just wanted to add, I want to get the gardens restored, and I don't know why it only came as 1 year, but I hope they come back, at least for 3, because then we can get the garden fully restored. But I have to say that over time, the economic benefit gets bigger and bigger, because it becomes more and more iconic. So I think each year that the way on the positive side, the economic benefit will get bigger and bigger. So there'll come a point when, yes, we've finished the work on the gardens, the paths, which I think aren't minor, I think they're major. It's a big area in the gardens. But then there will come that point, if it's 3 years' time, that there's none of the heritage benefit, but I still feel then the economic will still plunk it over each time. But I don't know why. That was the one thing. Are we able to encourage a bit of a longer, so we don't go through this next year and the next following year?
My guess is that the longer you have it, the greater the harm. So I think we, leave it. Any other points of debate at this point? Sorry, Mr. Hall, would you like to speak?
Thank you for all those comments. I mean, we've done through quite various bits of training with members and officers. We've been through heritage and design training, and this has all come out in this debate, which I think has been really useful to try and get to the heart of the issues. And I recognise all the points. That's why we've made a recommendation that's nuanced, that's balanced, and come to a conclusion. I think whenever we bring anything to you for a decision at committee, we want certainty. So we don't want any holes in it. We want full information. We debated that on the earlier item as well. So with this one, I think I'll be really clear that, any future will proposed that they engage, the agency engage with us at a pre-application stage. We set out a pathway decision with all our applications. We want to establish that pathway to give you certainty to make the decision. I would like that to be in good time. So I think that's really clear. We give that message. We've also got some conditions, if you are obviously prepared to go for approval, which would be added to ones from the previous year, so we can debate those. But I just wanted to make that point that we have a pathway to make a decision, and it's important we get that pathway right early enough to iron out any of these issues in the future. Thank you.
Point well taken. Mr. Catterall.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I don't want to I mean, this is an issue of a balancing exercise, as you've all said, but I think I ought to draw the committee's attention to what is said in the report, which there are statutory duties to have special regard to the desirability of preserving any listed building or its setting, and the desirability of preserving or enhancing the character or appearance of any conservation area. So in that balancing exercise, I think the committee does have to bear that in mind, because those are statutory duties.
So, sorry, so that would pick up one of the key points around this. So should the decision be approved, one of the conditions would be around those additional structures and managing that and managing what happens in the future, which Mr. Jones could expand on once you've made your decision.
Do you want to do that very quickly, Mr. Jones?
So previous consents. Previous consents have been had some additional conditions in terms, obviously, the time restriction is obviously a key one. Also, an hours of operation in terms of, generally it's been acceptable 10 o'clock till in the morning till 10 o'clock at night. And also a condition on restricted lighting in accordance with the lighting plan, and also to be only lit during the operating hours in terms of protecting amenity as well. There was a fourth condition regarding a traffic and management operational plan, which would suggest would be necessary again. But in terms of additional conditions, because of the form of development has changed slightly, they've removed the compound. There's no shown forms of enclosures or anything. I would suggest that you would wish to have a condition restricting any external storage of waste and other matters, to ensure that removing the compound doesn't mean you end up having exposed waste storage behind the wheel or anything like that. so it's contained, and also for no means of enclosures other than those that are indicated on the approved plan. So they propose a very sort of de minimis post and cord enclosure of the seating area, but nothing else, just to, you say, provide some certainty on the form of development.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. So back to, we have a proposer over here. You've heard the conditions. Is this a set of conditions that you had in mind?
They are, Chair. I just wanted to explore one thing with Mr. Jones first. What's the mechanism for ensuring we get the works or the financial contribution? Is that a Section 106? That's not something you've mentioned in the list. Would that be another matter?
Yes, so I haven't mentioned that in the list because obviously that was just in terms of the conditions, but I would recommend that any resolution to approve includes the grant securing an obligation of £30,000 to be secured through a legal agreement for pathway improvement works or other works identified within the Princess Gardens Update Master Plan. So that would be prior to the grant of permission. So that would be to ensure that we receive that signed legal agreement before granting, after this, any positive resolution. And then obviously the conditions I've just run through, and generally obviously that any new material considerations are resolved, delegated to the divisional director.
So for absolute clarity, a time restriction, hours of operation, restricted lighting, traffic management plan, external storage, no means of enclosure, and a legal agreement by virtue of Section 106 or otherwise. Has that captured all of them, please?
Can the clerk augment that? I think you have a couple of additional items. Is that right?
Thank you, Chair. In respect to the conditions, obviously Mr Jones has just read those out and Councillor Billings is commenting on them. But just for absolute clarity for the committee, so approval could be subject to, number one, prior to the grant of planning permission, a conservation mitigation obligation to the sum of £30,000 secured through legal agreement for pathway improvement works and other works identified within the Princess Gardens Master Plan Update Report. Number two, final drafting of conditions delegated to the Divisional Director of Planning, Housing and Climate Emergency. And three, the resolution of any new material considerations that may come to light following Planning Committee to be delegated to the Divisional Director of Planning, Housing and Climate Emergency, including the addition of any necessary further planning conditions or obligations. And then, of course, the conditions would be listed as Mr Jones has taken us through and which Councillor Billings is currently commenting on.
Out of time. Mr Catterall.
So just on a minor point, if we could set planning obligation rather than legal agreement, so secured through a planning obligation, because in the past they've been done through an undertaking. It was a small point.
Okay, Councillor Billings.
That seems very practical. I wouldn't want to get tied up with Section 106s when we don't have to. If we've, of those subsequent points that Ms Hawley's referred to, has got the time, the hours, the restricted lighting, traffic management plan, the external storage, no means of enclosure, we've got all of that, we've got the package, we've got the mechanism to ensure the mitigation in terms of historical contributions for the paths. I'd be quite happy to propose approval on that basis. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Is there a seconder, please? Quite a lot of them. Councillor Brooke, you're next door. Sorry. Any further debate at this point?
I've only got one bit. We are now nearly May the 1st. We've got bank holiday weekends. I mean, with all that, is there anything in there which is what's it in the ointment, a fly in the ointment that's going to actually delay it a month? Because I haven't had the experience colleagues have had before. No? Fine.
Scott, anything you'd like to add?
Nothing to add, thank you.
Excellent. So we'll take a vote now. Please raise your hands if you're in support and approving of approval. Thank you, councillors. This application has been approved, and that concludes the agenda for today. Thank you for attending the meeting, and the time is 8:25 and the meeting is closed.